Chapter 1124. With the growth of the world tree, the entire divine realm was the first to benefit. Even Yin Ryu, who was in seclusion, came to Zhou Tong's side and looked at the five-color divine tree that was only the size of a palm in surprise. "What kind of tree is this? Why is it so majestic?" Yin Ryu asked. Even though this tree was only the size of a palm, it emitted countless rays of light with thousands of auspicious colors. Its universal laws were endless, and its godly might was immeasurable. Even Yin Ryu could feel the terrifying godly might of this tree. "This is the sapling of the world tree. I plan to cultivate this tree into the world tree of this realm. It will take root in our divine realm. In the future, our divine realm will be the core of the universe's myriad Taos." Zhou Tong naturally wouldn't hide his plan from his wife. The core of the universe's myriad Taos. Does that mean the future great emperor won't have the heaven's core mark? Yin Ryu was shocked. If all the Taos were gathered on this world tree, wouldn't the future great emperor lose the step of suppressing all the Taos with one Tao? Could there even be multiple great emperors in the future? There is a saying in the current universe that achieve Tao through another method. But what was that? The answer was simple. It was a cultivator who had cultivated to the great emperor level but hadn't triggered the great emperor tribulation. Generally speaking, there were only two reasons for not triggering the great emperor tribulation. First, there was already a great emperor in the world, or the world was still under the suppression of the Emperor Tao laws of the great emperor. Second, the person involved didn't have the confidence to transcend the tribulation and took the initiative to suppress the tribulation. For example, some holy spirits that were born perfectly didn't transcend the tribulation as soon as they were born. However, if the world tree existed and gathered all the Taos in the world tree, there would be no step of suppressing all the Taos with one Tao. Even the great emperor tribulation in the universe would be weakened by half. Moreover, there would be no restrictions on achieving Tao through another method. Not only that, Zhou Tong shook his head. He continued, "I did something to this world tree. If one wants to achieve Tao and become a great emperor, they also need to suppress all the Taos with one Tao. However, because of the world tree, the future great emperor won't have the heaven's core mark. However, as long as they come to the world tree and meditate for 1,000 years, they will still be able to obtain all the mysteries of the sky core imprint. The heaven's core imprint was the greatest lucky chance of this world. Zhou Tong was working hard to increase the strength of this world. So how could he deprive it of its greatest lucky chance? Of course, once the world tree was formed, there would be an additional step in order to obtain this lucky chance. That was to come to the divine realm and meditate on the heaven's core mark beneath the world tree. TSK. No wonder you gave Yi Fan your blood phoenix's incarnation of the demon race's immortal court. With this tree, our divine realm will forever be the core of the entire universe. Even if Yi Fan's heavenly court completely controls the universe, in the end, they will still have to respect us." Yin Ryu smiled. Zhou Tong also smiled and did not say anything. He continued to watch the growth of the world tree sapling. Although the sapling of the world tree had taken root in the divine realm, there was an endless stream of life essence slowly gathering here from the universe. In the beginning, it was only the life essence of the star domains near the divine realm. After 100 years, it had developed to a place that was several star domains away from the divine realm. After 1,000 years, almost half of the universe was affected. Of course, this effect was very slight. Ordinary great saints, and even quasi-emperors might not be able to detect the power of the world tree. However, this power obviously could not be hidden from the divine emperor, who was already an immortal king, Yi Fan, No Shi, the Green Emperor, and the others. Even the current great emperor, Shun Silkworm Taoist, looked toward the divine realm. What is Zhou Tong doing now? Is he drawing in the life essence of the entire universe? Yi Fan looked at the divine realm in confusion. Logically speaking, if Zhou Tong wanted to breathe in the life essence of heaven and earth, he would have caused panic in the universe. It would not be like this, where there was a silent feeling of nourishment. It's a little strange. There's a force that is drawing in the life essence of the entire universe. However, this force is completely different from the life essence of cultivators. It feels natural, as if the life essence of heaven and earth is flowing to him. Emperor Wuxia also looked a little surprised. However, he only took a glance and did not pay much attention to it. This was because his top priority was the sixth secret realm. Previously, he had already found traces of the sixth secret realm that belonged to him. Now, what he needed to do was to cultivate this secret realm as soon as possible and then pass the great tribulation of the immortal king. This feeling, it's the world tree. The Green Emperor naturally knew what this pulling force was. He also walked the path of cultivation in the inner world. He also had a world lotus in his inner world, which had the same effect as the world tree. This celestial tyrant emperor is too unexpected. What did he come up with this time? A new system, or is he modifying the universe? The emperor god had countless guesses in his heart. Compared to Yi Fan and the others, the emperor god had already sensed that the rules and order of the world were undergoing some extremely subtle changes. It was as if something was slowly refining, integrating, and sorting out the rules of the entire world. Although the changes were extremely subtle, they could not be hidden from the emperor god who was already an immortal king. If I'm not wrong, this is a good thing. In the future, the cultivation environment of the entire universe will be better. It will also be easier for the cultivators of the younger generation to cultivate. After sensing that there were no disadvantages, the emperor god was immediately relieved. He then closed his eyes and continued to cultivate in seclusion. Time passed year after year. The influence of the world tree was also slowly expanding. 10,000 years after the world tree was planted in the divine territory. Now, as long as one was in the divine territory, one would be able to see a 5-color divine tree that covered the sky as long as they raised their heads. This tree was extremely tall, tens of thousands of miles tall. The crown of the tree reached deep into the universe. Every leaf supported a miniature sun, moon, and stars. There was also an endless galaxy that surrounded the tree. This tree exuded a terrifying aura that could split heaven and earth. After 10,000 years of growth, the myriad Daos of the entire universe had begun to resonate with this tree. The area under the crown of this tree had become the best place to cultivate in the entire universe. The aura of the great Tao drooped down from the crown of the tree, causing the sound of the great Tao to rumble. It gave the cultivators of the entire divine territory a sense of the Tao. It was not just the divine territory. After 10,000 years, the power of the world tree had affected all aspects of the universe. The space of the entire world had become more stable and could withstand more powerful battles. Of course, the most important thing was that with the influence of the world tree, this ancient universe was further recovering. The essence of heaven and earth seemed to have become richer. The world tree is indeed the core of a great world. Even now, this tree can't be considered a real-world tree, but it still possesses such power. However, it's only one step away from becoming a real-world tree. As long as Taoist divine silkworm gives up the heaven's heart mark, the world tree will immediately take form. Chapter 1125. In the blink of an eye, another 30,000 years had passed. The influence of the world tree in the universe was growing. There was a change in the universe's starry sky, and all the cultivators could not help but calm down. All of them could feel the growth of this universe, and naturally, they became more stable. Moreover, the spirit energy and great Tao in the entire universe have been further sorted out, becoming more docile and easier to refine. It was easier for all the living beings in the universe to cultivate. The most direct manifestation of this change was the first step of cultivation. When Zhoutong was cultivating in the Big Dipper, only 1/10 of the people in the entire Big Dipper cultivation world could open the sea of reincarnation and embark on the path of cultivation. Due to the different environments in the universe, every place was different. For example, the probability of Tian being ancient planet was 1/3. For example, the probability of Earth at that time was less than 1 in 10,000. However, as a whole, only 1/10 of the living beings in the universe could open the sea of reincarnation. However, as Zhou Tong became an immortal king, the entire probability grew to 2/10. After that, he nourished the universe. The probability became 3/10. After that, the divine emperor became an immortal king. The probability increased to 4/10. Now, the world tree was about to take shape, and the probability had reached 1/2. After the world tree took shape in the future, the probability was expected to reach 60%. This was only the situation of the universe as a whole. The divine realm, where the world tree was located, was naturally the first place to benefit. Now, the entire divine realm was completely shrouded in Tao sounds, and the spirit energy here was even more frightening. As long as one lived here, there would be rays of light formed by tens of thousands of Daos washing their muscles and bones at every moment, and spirit energy would naturally enter their bodies through their pores. It could be said that almost all the living beings born in the divine realm could open the sea of reincarnation. All the living beings in the entire divine realm were born cultivators and could embark on the path of cultivation. On this day, in the divine realm, Zhou Tong, who had been sitting cross-legged under the world tree, suddenly opened his eyes. He looked at the depths of the universe, where the celestial silkworm clan was. At this moment, the celestial silkworm clan's great emperor, celestial silkworm Taoist, had given up the heaven's core mark. Under the guidance of his father, the divine emperor, he referred to the scriptures left behind by Zhou Tong and embarked on a path of transformation unique to the celestial silkworm clan. He sealed himself in the 9-layered coffin where the divine emperor used to sleep. "What is it?" Yen Ruyu asked. During this time, Yen Ryu had also been sitting cross-legged beside Zhou Tong. The cultivation environment in the Tree of World was too good. It was many times better than the place where she cultivated in seclusion. With Zhou Tong by her side, any problem she encountered during cultivation could be easily solved. In these tens of thousands of years, Yen Ryu had lived a brand new life. Now, she wasn't too far away from becoming a mortal immortal. At most, she would be able to become a mortal immortal in 2 or 3 more lives. Taoist divine silkworm has given up on the sky core mark, Zhou Tong said. Give up? That's right. His father, the divine emperor, is still alive. He has also comprehended the heaven's core imprint for tens of thousands of years. Giving up now is the right thing to do. Yen Ryu was a little surprised at first, but soon thought it through. Although the heavens will imprint was the greatest fortune in this realm, it was only useful to cultivators who had just attained Tao. It was useless to great emperors who had lived for 2 or 3 lifetimes. In other words, the heavens will imprint was a burden to great emperors who had lived for several lifetimes. Therefore, all the great emperors who had lived for several lifetimes had given up on it. The sovereign, the immortal sky emperor, the divine emperor, Emperor Ruthless, Zhou Tong, and Yi Fan were all the same. Taoist divine silkworm has given up on the heavens will imprint. Logically speaking, it will take at least another 10,000 years for his Tao to dissipate. Zhou Tong looked into the depths of the universe and muttered to himself for a while. Then he said to himself, "Fine, I'll wait another 10,000 years." Zhou Tong knew very well that if he would take action, he could definitely easily remove the remaining traces of Taoist divine silkworm's Tao. However, on the one hand, Taoist divine silkworm was his old friend. On the other hand, the divine silkworm clan still had an immortal king and divine emperor. Therefore, Zhou Tong was willing to wait for a while. However, the heavens will imprint is instinctively inclined towards things like the world tree. If I'm not mistaken, as the world tree grows, it won't take 10,000 years for the heavens will imprint to condense again here. Zhou Tong looked at the world tree that was emitting a colorful glow. He couldn't help but reach out and place his hand on the trunk to carefully sense the changes of the world tree. Let's continue and let nature take its course. At this point, I don't think I need to do anything. the world tree will naturally grow up. Zhou Tong didn't think too much about it. He continued to sit cross-legged here and quietly meditate on the profound meaning of the sixth secret realm that belonged to him. The last time he meditated, for example, he was not far away from transforming his third true fate into the sixth secret realm. Now, after tens of thousands of years of meditation, he already had a rough plan in his heart. It could be considered a rough method. After a period of improvement, he would be able to completely succeed. Time passed slowly. In the blink of an eye, another 5,000 years had passed. At this moment, Taoist divine silkworm's Tao suppression had almost disappeared. The great Tao suppression of a new great emperor is dissipating so quickly. Only half the time has passed. Yin Ryu was also very shocked. However, she glanced at the world tree beside her and immediately understood. Now, the colorful glow of the world tree completely enveloped the entire divine realm. As long as one calmed down a little, one could hear the sound of Tao in their ears. It was as if someone was chanting an immortal scripture, causing one to fall into a deep state of Tao comprehension. The divine realm's cultivation environment was many times better than before. In the past 5,000 years, the world tree had changed more than it had in the past 30,000 years. Perhaps it was because the world tree was further influencing the great Tao trajectory of the entire world. In the past, the heavens will imprint had an owner, so the world tree's growth was a little slower. However, now that Taoist divine silkworm had given up on the heavens will imprint, the world tree's growth was naturally unhindered. The world tree will truly take shape in a year or 3 years. Zhou Tong said, "Don't worry about him. Let nature take its course." Yin Ryu nodded and closed her eyes to continue cultivating. And 2 years later, boom, in all parts of the universe, countless cultivators raised their heads to look at the sky in shock. They saw strange sounds coming from the sky one after another. Immediately after, 5 colored roots appeared one after another, taking root in the entire world, fixing this part of the universe and stabilizing the mountains and rivers. Complete and abundant great Tao rules ran through the entire universe. At this moment, all the races in the universe deeply felt the aura of the great Tao. However, this aura was short-lived. Soon, it dissipated with the disappearance of the colorful roots. The universe seemed to have returned to its original state. Chapter 11:26. In the 9 heavens and 10 earths, the world tree had completely taken shape. The entire universe had undergone earth-shattering changes. Of course, the most drastic change was in the divine realm. Buzz! At that moment, the entire divine realm shook violently. It was as if it had completely disappeared from this world. Countless people in the universe looked up at the sky. The colorful divine tree that could be seen everywhere in the universe had also disappeared. It was as if it had disappeared from everyone's senses. The divine realm disappeared? Did Zhou Tong take the divine realm and leave this world? Yi Fan frowned. However, soon, he revealed a strange expression. No, the divine realm is still here. I can feel where the divine realm is, but it seems to be in another space-time. Only great emperors can sense it. Is it because of the world tree? The world tree made his divine realm transcendental. It even formed a whole new world. Dalyu Ocean? Yifan also felt that something was wrong. He had created the heavenly court and ruled the entire universe. Every race and sect was under the command of the heavenly court. However, at this moment, something that transcended the heavenly court had appeared. Wasn't this equivalent to the legendary Dalyu Ocean? What guy? My heavenly court rules the world, while your heavenly domain is above it. Yet, in the end, you are still the one in charge? Yifan's lips twitched as he felt powerless. The current situation was not something he could change. Unless he completely destroyed this world, destroyed the world tree, and then nurtured a brand new world tree that belonged to the heavenly court. However, Yifan could not do such a thing. At the same time, Heavenly Emperor Wuxi also looked in the direction of the divine realm. He wants to turn the divine realm into a transcendental place. He wants it to become the core of the universe and the Holy Land. No wonder he has been managing the divine realm all these years. He rarely even returns to his home planet. The world tree became an independent space and transcended it. So this is the Tao of your inner world. The Lotus Emperor also looked in the direction where the divine realm had disappeared and thought to himself. Naturally, he had recognized it long ago. This world tree must have been cultivated by the world tree in Prince Tian's inner world. This was because he had sensed a vague connection between this world tree and Prince Tian's aura tens of thousands of years ago. Of course, the connection was a thing of the past. Now that this tree had become the world tree of the 9 heavens, 10 earths, it could be said that it had completely severed its connection with the past. The divine emperor looked surprised. The world tree has finally taken shape. The entire universe is going to improve. But the longevity substance, well, you've restricted the world tree to prevent the longevity substance from leaking out. You want to leave all the immortal substances in the universe in your divine realm? At the thought of this, the divine emperor frowned. Then, he stood up and took a step forward. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at the divine realm. Fellow Taoist, where did you come from? Zhou Tong asked the God King. You did something to the world tree, didn't you? You want to gather all the longevity substance in your divine realm? The divine emperor wanted to denounce him. If that was really the case, it would be equivalent to the entire universe helping him. This was something the divine emperor did not want to see. I did something to it, but the longevity substance in the universe is not gathered in my divine realm. It's gathered in the world tree. In the future, every time someone attains Tao, the world tree will bear divine fruit, allowing that person to live a second life. Zhou Tong did not hide anything from the divine emperor. There was no need to hide what he did from others. Fellow Taoist, you don't want this universe to be upgraded to the immortal realm? The divine emperor was puzzled. According to his understanding, Zhou Tong should be willing to upgrade the entire universe to the immortal realm. This was because his actions were clearly beneficial to the universe. Have you been to the immortal realm? Zhou Tong asked. The divine emperor shook his head. Zhou Tong continued. If you go to the immortal realm, you'll know that when one's lifespan is too long, the strength of the entire realm may decline. Without danger, without competition, in an environment that's too comfortable, there can't be experts. Zhou Tong finally said, don't forget that we still have enemies and darkness in this realm. The improvement in adversity is even more terrifying. Only the great emperor who competes among countless experts can be considered the seed of the immortal king. Only the mortal immortals who struggle through life and death have the possibility of surpassing the immortal king. The divine emperor sighed and said, fellow Taoist, you're right. But this matter will definitely make countless geniuses feel sad. So what? The dark forces are too big. They can't care about others. Only the top experts can stop the darkness. Now, the more top experts there are, the better. Zhou Tong said, the situation is not peaceful at all. How can allow people to grow slowly? Saying this, Zhou Tong looked at the divine emperor and said, instead of worrying about these things, why don't you go to the immortal realm and see the situation there? Why don't you go to the foreign realm to take a look and see how terrifying the darkness is? Saying this, Zhou Tong casually waved his hand. A divine diagram appeared in the void. On it were carved the coordinates and directions of the regions that Zhou Tong explored in the outside world these years. There were also many dangerous places carved on it. This was a myriad heavens world diagram. When this diagram appeared, the divine emperor's eyes immediately stared at the diagram without blinking. He was entranced. One could clearly see that the two diagrams were evolving in the depths of his eyes, engraving themselves into his mind. This is some information from outside our realm. If fellow Taoist has time, there's no harm in going out to take a look. Zhou Tong then introduced, however, you have to be careful in the foreign realm. I fought there a few times. They're definitely on guard. If fellow Taoist wants to go, it's best if you hide your aura. That's how it should be. After cultivating to the Immortal King realm, I also feel that my progress is slow. It's hard to make any progress if I blindly cultivate. Next, I should indeed go to the outside world to take a look at the different Tao techniques, different environments, and different systems. The Divine Emperor nodded, expressing his agreement with Zhou Tong's suggestion. However, there's one thing that fellow Taoist needs to pay attention to. Don't leak the coordinates of our realm, Zhou Tong warned. The coordinates of this realm were obviously concealed by Heavenly Emperor Huang and Meng Tianzhong. This realm was originally Heavenly Emperor Huang's hometown. Back then, when Heavenly Emperor Huang and Corpse Immortal Emperor fought, the immortal realm was destroyed, but this realm was intact. It was obvious that Heavenly Emperor Huang left behind some methods in this realm. Not to mention the defense, at least this realm was not something that could be deduced by those below the immortal emperor realm. If one wanted to explore the existence of this realm, unless the people of this realm leaked the coordinates, only immortal emperors could do it. The coordinates? I know. The Divine Emperor was stunned for a moment, but he quickly reacted. The Divine Emperor quickly left the Divine Realm. At this time, Yin Ryu said, "Divine Emperor, are you going to leave this realm to go out and have fun?" "That's for sure. After becoming an immortal king, who would be willing to stay in one place forever?" Zhou Tong shook his head. Cultivation at the immortal king realm is completely different from before. Apart from the conventional cultivation methods, the best way to improve is to observe the mysteries of different cultivation systems. Different cultivation systems? Yin Ryu nodded. She had a deep understanding of this. When she had married Zhou Tong, she had actually wanted the chaotic ancient technique that Zhou Tong had mastered. She had also relied on the chaotic ancient technique and the heaven shrouding technique to become a genius who was not inferior to the princes and ancient princes. Don't worry, when you become an immortal king, I'll tell you all the cultivation systems I've mastered so that you can save countless years of accumulation. Zhou Tong smiled. Chapter 11:27. It had been 5,000 years since the world tree was formed and the divine realm disappeared from the universe. At this moment, the immortal light in Zhou Tong's body spread out again, following the 5 great secret realms, the true fate of the mole cricket and the thunder monarch. It then connected with the 3rd true fate, the true dragon. In an instant, Zhou Tong's true dragon true fate was completely ignited. Endless dragon roars came from the 10 heavenly rings, shaking the river of time. Terrifying dragon chi filled the entire world. In the end, the true dragon true fate disappeared in the river of time, and Zhou Tong's figure took its place. The true dragon true fate had completely become a part of Zhou Tong's 6th secret realm. Everything about it, be it cultivation arts, abhijna, or even history and karma, were all replaced by Zhou Tong. This was the power of his 6th secret realm. At the same time, a domineering force spread out from the true dragon true fate and flowed into Zhou Tong's body. Roar! In an instant, the roar of a dragon was loud and clear. A huge dragon appeared beside Zhou Tong, taking form from Zhou Tong's body. It circled and danced around him, exuding boundless pressure as if a real dragon had been resurrected. One long. At this moment, the formations and restrictions around Zhou Tong were triggered. They emitted a terrifying light screen, blocking all the anomalies within. This was a layer of insurance that Zhou Tong had set up himself. His wife was right beside him. He was afraid that some of the aura or something he accidentally produced during his cultivation would hurt her, so he set up a layer of restrictions around himself. This is... Yin Ryu, who was at the side, was shocked. Zhou Tong had actually suddenly erupted with such power? He even triggered the restrictions around him. Did he have another breakthrough in his cultivation? But isn't this too fast? Yin Ryu was speechless. Even with the protection of the restrictions, she could still feel the mysterious aura that passed through the restrictions and the terrifying aura that suppressed time and space. At this moment, Zhou Tong sat cross-legged with his eyes closed. He looked inside himself and felt a terrifying dragon chi from the true dragon true fate entering Zhou Tong's body. Inside every potential gate in his body, there seemed to be a true dragon roaring with its head held high. It was clear and distant, reaching the 9 heavens. At this moment, The dragon chi in Zhou Tong's body gathered. He felt like a king descending upon the world, and the dragon's might was endless. The dragon chi transformed into rays of dragon-shaped multicolored light that nourished Zhou Tong's entire body. Gradually, his entire body was shrouded in mist, making him even more mysterious and unfathomable. Brilliant light flowed in his eyes. Is this the transformation brought to me by the true dragon? Zhou Tong quietly experienced the changes in his body. He felt that he was becoming more and more invulnerable, and he would never fall into calamity. When the true dragon technique was cultivated to the extreme, it would produce a power similar to invulnerability. Now, this power was integrated into Zhou Tong's body, and it was even stronger. All kinds of symbols flowed around his body like dragons, and they flowed in his body with clear dragon roars. Among them, the biggest reaction was naturally his dragon transformation secret realm. The dragon transformation secret realm, which had already transformed to the extreme, was strengthened again at this moment. The dragon chi was rolling, and the spine dragon seemed to be resurrected. This change was too intense and powerful. It was as if he had returned to the four extreme secret realms and entered the dragon transformation secret realm again. This kind of metamorphosis, my dragon transformation secret territory, is like a new secret territory on top of its previous foundation. It's like it's improved once again. After the true dragon transformed into the true fate, the improvement it brings is too great. Zhou Tong praised in his heart. He could even see that his half-immortal emperor light had already emerged from every door in the dragon transformation secret realm, and it had become who knew how many times stronger. Of course, this was only a change in the dragon transformation secret realm. The changes in the other secret realms were not as intense as the dragon transformation secret realm, so the improvement of the half-immortal emperor light was much less. After a long time, the dragon chi around his body was retracted again. Only then did Zhou Tong open his eyes again. The half-immortal emperor light on his body had become much stronger, and even Yin Ryu could see that the supreme and indestructible immortal light in Zhou Tong's body had become even stronger. You broke through the king realm? Yin Ryu asked in surprise. Zhou Tong shook his head and said with a smile, "How could it be so simple? I'm afraid it'll only be possible after 1,000,000 years. Right now, I've only broken through a little bit in the king realm, and it's still far from completely breaking through. It's going to take a step further. 1,000,000 years is nothing to you," Yin Ryu said. Zhou Tong chuckled. He looked towards his own 10 heavenly passage divine ring, especially the heavenly horned ant true fate. Zhou Tong understood extremely clearly that if he directly turned the heavenly horned ant true fate into his sixth secret realm, then he could immediately become a half-immortal emperor to the extent where he didn't even need to complete the 10 great true fates. However, he also understood clearly that this type of method could indeed break through half-immortal emperor, but it was impossible for him to become an immortal emperor. It was because if the sixth secret realm wasn't complete, then no matter how much he broke through, it would still be a forceful breakthrough. It was just like Heavenly Emperor Huang. He already broke through into Immortal King realm before establishing the sixth secret realm. That breakthrough was a forceful one, because his own Tao path still hadn't reached Immortal King realm. Similarly, if Zhou Tong turned the heavenly horned ant true fate into the sixth secret realm, then that would also be a forceful breakthrough into half-immortal emperor realm. His own Tao path still hadn't reached half-immortal emperor realm. You're overthinking things. With my current cultivation level, turning the heavenly horned ant true fate into the sixth secret realm isn't just a normal level of difficulty. It is to the extent where before the heavenly horned ant true fate's third layer universe is completely digested by the 10 heavenly passage divine ring, it is impossible. Zhou Tong said inwardly. The 10 heavenly passage divine ring could be considered a bridge between Zhou Tong's body and the true fates. Every single one of his true fates had a space within them. Even his Gu clan true fates, even though he didn't deliberately cultivate this type of space, still possessed it. The merging of this space with the 10 heavenly passage divine ring was one of the prerequisites for his true fate secret realm. The true dragon true fate has already been settled. Now it's time for the fourth true fate. Zhou looked towards the divine striking stone and 9 netherworlds python true fate. Right now, he only had these 2 true fates to choose from. I'll leave the divine striking stone for now. It is still a bit away from Immortal King realm. As for the 9 netherworlds python true fate, the next one is you, Zhou said inwardly. At the same time, he also looked towards the weapons left behind by the true dragon true fate, for example, the dragon sacred sword and the azure dragon battle armor. These weapons are perfect materials for the 9 netherworlds python true fate's cultivation. The weapons of my other true fates can also be used as materials, Zhou said inwardly. Since the true dragon true fate had already turned into the 6th secret realm, it was normal for his divine weapon to become a part of the 9 netherworlds python's body. When the time comes, by relying on this connection, it would be easier to transform the 9 netherworlds python true fate secret realm. Chapter 1128. However, the 9 abyss python true fate has been cultivating for tens of thousands of years. The laws and rules from the coiling dragon world can almost be fully integrated into my own innate treasured arts. Zhou waved his hand, and the 9 abyss python true fate reappeared in front of Zhou from the 10 heavens divine ring. Boom! The moment the 9 abyss python appeared, Yin Ryu, who was not far away, trembled. She felt like she was being targeted by a monster. This is the 9 abyss python. Yin Ryu was shocked. She did not expect to see something like this. Yin Ryu also recognized the 9 abyss python because Zhou had taught her all the 10 treasured arts a long time ago. One of my clones, Zhou said casually. You created a clone like this? You want to gather all 10 clones? This isn't your 6th secret realm, is it? Yin Ryu looked at Zhou suspiciously. Zhou had never told Yin Ryu about his 6th secret realm because he was afraid that it would affect Yin Ryu's own situation. But even so, Yin Ryu naturally guessed many things when he saw Zhou bring out so many incarnations. Seeing Zhou nod, Yin Ryu was even more shocked. The 6th secret realm can be used like this? Using an external object as the 6th secret realm? No, this 9 abyss python is the divine embryo in the heavens divine ring. You use the divine embryo as the 6th secret realm. I understand now. Even if you understand, don't copy me. Your Tao is different from mine. Plus, you are still far from the 6th secret realm, Zhou warned. After all, she was his wife. Zhou did not hide many secrets from her. It was normal for her to guess. I know. Yin Ryu nodded. At this time, the 9 abyss python true fate also moved. The laws and rules from the godheads from the coiling dragon world formed a 9 abyss python true fate. Compared to before, this true fate was much more harmonious. It even showed signs of merging with the 9 abyss python true fate's body. Let's begin, Zhou ordered. Along with this voice, the huge true fate slowly merged with the 9 abyss python true fate's body. It merged with the original innate treasured arts and great Tao runes on the weapons. At this moment, the 9 abyss python true fate's innate treasured arts were greatly strengthened. Mysterious great Tao runes slowly appeared. These runes were no longer the runes of an ordinary, true, immortal, which indicated that the 9 of the immortal fate had cultivated true, immortal. Boom. The abyss universe of the universe was of the universe 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 of universe of God of that of them of the of Tao of the Tao, of course, of this they. Enlightened, opened, of course, of enlightenment, they. What's going on? Yin Ryu looked at Zhou. The light of ascension to immortality illuminates the past and present. Zhou said. Zhou himself was also stunned. He was very familiar with this kind of light. He had seen it countless times in the reincarnation mirror. However, he did not expect the 9 Serenities Python life's breakthrough would trigger the immortal ascension light. The immortal ascension light must have been triggered after the world tree took shape. Zhou thought to himself. However, the standard for the immortal ascension light is a little high. Only immortal kings, who are mortal immortals, have it. However, this is normal. After all, according to what I did to the world tree, only mortal immortals who rely on themselves to live forever are considered immortals. The light of ascension to immortality illuminated the universe for only an instant. Soon, the light dissipated and turned into a rain of light that rained down, engulfing the entire starry sky. At this moment, in the universe, there was sweet dew from the heavens and holy springs from the earth. Countless golden lotuses were born in the void. The entire world was filled with a sacred aura. This scene deeply shocked every race. Everyone knew that someone had become an immortal. Even if they did not know about the immortal ascension light, they naturally knew that this was a sign of immortality when they were bathed in the rain of light. Immortality. This is probably the first person to become an immortal after the world tree took shape. I didn't know that immortality would have such a grand phenomenon. The immortal ascension light. Yi Fan and the others understood. Boom! At that moment, an earth-shattering bolt of lightning descended, instantly piercing through the barrier between the divine region and the outside world. Once again, all the cultivators of the various races in the universe saw the world tree emitting a 5-color glow. At the same time, all races in the universe shut up. This was because the lightning was too terrifying. No great emperor tribulation could compare to it. Apart from a few immortal king tribulations in the entire universe, no other lightning tribulation could compare. Streaks of chaotic lightning struck. The tribulation lightning of the immortal Tao was extremely dense and instantly flooded a large area of the starry sky. Even the colorful light of the world tree that covered the sky was drowned by the lightning. Buzz! The world tree showed its power and stabilized the God realm. Otherwise, the entire God realm would have collapsed and been completely destroyed. In the sky full of immortal light and lightning, accompanied by streaks of chaotic chi, the 9 nether python, True Fate, moved forward rapidly and rushed to the broken land at the edge of the universe to undergo the immortal tribulation there. Otherwise, with the strength of this lightning, the God realm might be damaged. Immortal ascension tribulation. I didn't expect it to give birth to something like this. This should be the most terrifying tribulation in the entire universe. Zhou sat cross-legged under the world tree and watched the lightning tribulation of the 9 nether python True Fate in the wasteland of the universe. This lightning tribulation was very different from the immortal king tribulation. In terms of the form of the lightning tribulation, it was very similar to the Great Emperor Tribulation and Sage Tribulation. It was an extremely vast sea of lightning. Most importantly, the power of the lightning tribulation all came from the universe itself. However, the immortal king tribulation was different. Other than the power of the universe itself, most of the power of the immortal king tribulation actually came from outside the world. The form of the immortal king tribulation was not something like a sea of lightning. The most important, core, and most terrifying part of the immortal king tribulation was the light of laws that tested the primordial spirit. Boom! In the wasteland of the universe, there were billions of lightning bolts. The terrifying sea of lightning did its best to attack the 9 nether python True Fate. This heavenly tribulation was infinitely close to the tribulation before the light of laws of the immortal king tribulation appeared. After all, this was a tribulation of a quasi-immortal king. This heavenly tribulation lasted for 9 days before it slowly dissipated. After the heavenly tribulation ended, there was nothing left in the wasteland of the universe. Everything had been scattered by the lightning. There was nothing there. The 9 nether python True Fate stood quietly in the wasteland. The tribulation of 9 days had cleansed his mortal body. At this moment, his body was surrounded by a halo and dense, immortal chi. Chapter 1129. The arrival of the immortal ascension tribulation indicates that this universe is approaching the chaotic ancient era. At the very least, it can accommodate true immortals, Zhou Tong thought to himself. Swoosh! The 9 nether python true fate, which had successfully transcended the tribulation, turned into a black light and instantly returned to the deity realm from the desolation of the universe. It came to Zhou Tong's side. Although the 9 nether python's appearance was still ferocious and terrifying, its entire body was glowing with precious light. It was unknown how many weapons it had fused with, but it no longer had the intimidating aura it had before. Even so, Zhou Tong knew that the current 9 nether python life was much stronger than before, especially since its body had fused with so many celestial ingredients to refine weapons. It had reached an unimaginable level. Zhou Tong opened his heavenly eye and quietly looked at the 9 nether python true fate's body. His gaze swept across every weapon in its body and looked at the great Tao runes on them. The great Tao runes on all the weapons had been integrated into the 9 nether python's natal treasure technique, the 9 nether python treasure technique. The current 9 hell nightmare treasure technique is many times more complicated than the previous one, and its power is many times more powerful. Zhou Tong said in his heart. The 9 nether python's true name was Tao reflection and Tao integration. The Tao runes on countless weapons have been integrated into his 9 nether python treasure technique. This was a huge improvement. Speaking of which, while my true dragon true fate was in the realm of immortals, it further expanded its own true dragon treasure technique by absorbing the great Tao principles of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. Zhou Tong looked at the 9 nether python true fate and casually grabbed. A green jade-like divine sword appeared in his palm. This was Zhou Tong's true dragon true fate's sacred dragon sword. It was also the natal divine weapon of the true dragon true fate. Back in a not divine city, this sword had evolved with him. Now that the true dragon true fate had become a part of the 6th secret realm, this sword could only be regarded as an ordinary celestial king weapon. There was nothing special about it anymore. It was perfect for the 9 nether python true fate to devour. Roar! The 9 nether python life opened its mouth, and a green ripple spread out from its mouth, spreading to the sacred sword of dragons. Then, the sword instantly turned into a stream of light and merged into the 9 nether python life's body. Then, it sat down quietly and carefully refined it. After cultivating to his current level, the 9 nether python life no longer needed to refine weapons outside his body and then merge them into his body. An inner world was also born in its body, which was formed by the fusion of the inner worlds of many weapons. For example, when he smelted weapons like cauldrons, pagodas, and bells, these weapons actually had a small world inside them. Countless small worlds fused together, causing the world inside the 9 abyss black real fate to grow very large. This sacred sword of dragons will take at least 100 years to refine. However, there's no need to follow the previous pattern of devouring them one by one. We could do it all at once. Zhou Tong muttered to himself for a moment before taking out over 20 weapons. These were all stone soldiers from the lifelong realm, and also the spoils of war from the true dragon fate. These weapons were already useless, so they were just perfect for the 9 nether python life to devour. He placed the 9 nether python life to the side, allowing it to cultivate on its own. Zhou Tong's main body continued to sit there, his energy already completely concentrated on his 10 heavenly passage divine ring. He concentrated on the 3 layers of universe within the 10 heavenly passage divine ring. Now, most of the matters had already been settled, and there was nothing else he urgently needed to do. He just happened to be doing his best to help the heavenly horned ant true fate completely refine the 3 layers of universe. At the same time, he also had to completely digest the great Tao comprehensions and law runes brought by the heavenly horned ant true fate. In particular, this step was the most time-consuming. Before, Zhou only comprehended it intermittently, but now he had to systematically comprehend this step. With Zhou participation, the 10 heavenly passage divine ring's speed of digesting the 3 layers of universe became faster and faster. At the same time, during the process of the world breaking down and merging, Zhou also saw many great Tao runes that belonged to the grand mist space. After verifying them with his own runes and system, he immediately felt as if his entire body was about to recover. The runes and energy within his body seemed to be about to explode. At this moment, Zhou completely sank into a state of Tao comprehension. Meanwhile, during this process, his flesh, primordial spirit, and magical force also underwent considerable changes. Within his flesh, his bones were sparkling and powerful, his internal organs shining brilliantly. Even his scarlet blood seemed to have emperor light flowing through it. His primordial spirit was similarly filled with a myriad of phenomena. The power of the Goom Mantis, lightning emperor, and true dragon true fates that merged with him also blossomed a step further in his body, erupting. While comprehending the Tao, his entire body shone, great Tao aura erupting. All of the gates within his body opened. The heaven-covering technique's path was displayed to the extreme. This was especially the case in the end, when his entire body completely turned into a seed. Outside the seed were the Goom Mantis, Lightning Emperor, and True Dragon, 3 great vicious 10, while inside the seed was Zhou. He was comprehending the great Tao laws transmitted by the heavenly horned ant True Fate a step further, growing a step further. The heavenly horned ant's aura was also comprehended, gradually merging into Zhou heart, making his 4 limbs and hundreds of bones feel a type of limp and numb feeling. His entire body was overflowing with a type of power that surged like great sea waves. It was to the extent where one could vaguely see a 4th creature appear above the seed he turned into. It was indistinct, just a void figure, but despite this being the case, that terrifying aura still suppressed the Goom Mantis, Lightning Emperor, and True Dragon, 3 great vicious 10. Goom Mantis, Lightning Emperor, True Dragon, and the heavenly horned ant that vaguely appeared. Turns out this is his 6th secret realm. Yanryu also knew how to grasp opportunities. She carefully comprehended the great Tao aura transmitted from Zhou body. That mysterious great Tao sound made her enter a state of Tao comprehension, her Tao skills also increasing once more. Time went by slowly. In the blink of an eye, another 10,000 years passed. Meanwhile, at this time, a streak of dazzling immortal light tore through the cosmos. What followed was an immortal ascension irregular scene. Then, an explosive rumbling noise resounded through the cosmos' starry skies, frantic immortal Tao lightning erupting. This streak of immortal light and loud noise left countless people in the cosmos shaken, also interrupting Zhou Tao comprehension. He opened his eyes, looking towards the desolate border of the cosmos. A scarlet blood phoenix bathed in immortal Tao lightning was dancing crazily. That was immortal ascension tribulation. After all these years, my blood phoenix has finally become immortal. Even though it is a bit slow, it is still going to succeed in the end. Zhou said inwardly. However, he only gave it a look, and then he entered a state of Tao comprehension again. It was because he knew that his blood phoenix incarnation would definitely succeed in crossing tribulation. The accumulation of so many years wasn't a joke. Chapter 1130. Time passed slowly. In the blink of an eye, tens of thousands of years passed. The universe was surging with winds and clouds. There was an endless golden age, and the chance of opening the sea of reincarnation increased several times over. All of this caused the entire world to produce geniuses. Stars shone, all types of bloodlines appeared. Emperor stars appeared one after another, reflecting each other's brilliance. Generation after generation of geniuses became the tides of the universe, writing a new chapter in the history of cultivation. There had been countless geniuses who had proven their Tao through other means, but no true emperor had been born. Perhaps it was because many geniuses restrained each other, but no one dared to casually cross tribulation. However, all of this didn't have much to do with Zhou Tong. Apart from the Tao Comprehension Tea Banquet that was held once every 10,000 years, he spent the rest of his time quietly sitting under the world tree, comprehending his own Tao, advancing alone in the immortal king realm. What was worth mentioning was that the standard of his Tao Comprehension Tea Banquet was becoming higher and higher. There were more and more geniuses in this world. The lifespan of geniuses was becoming longer and longer, so their cultivation was naturally becoming higher and higher. When the first Tao Comprehension Tea Banquet was held, there were still many geniuses who were at the saint level. But now, those who weren't at the great sage, ninth heaven didn't have the qualifications to receive an invitation. It was to the extent where most of those at the banquet were half-emperors. If it was in the chaotic ancient era, this would be a banquet with over 1,000 supreme beings gathered together. Even in the chaotic ancient era, there weren't that many peak powerhouses. This world was recovering, becoming stronger bit by bit. The other half was that during these tens of thousands of years, Zhou Tong continuously communicated with the heavenly horned ant's true fate, gradually comprehending the true mysteries of the primordial space. He learned about many great Tao abilities of that world. During these tens of thousands of years, his cultivation had increased by who knew how much. The half-immortal emperor light on the surface of his body became more and more resplendent. There was a type of indestructible aura. And on this day, Zhou Tong opened his eyes. He felt the great Tao rumbling, tens of thousands of Tao wailing. Someone was crossing emperor tribulation. Among the countless geniuses, someone finally couldn't hold back and began to cross emperor tribulation. One could see many geniuses of the same generation taking action together. That person not only had to face his own emperor tribulation, he also had to face the attacks of several experts of the same level. I didn't expect that after I flattened the forbidden region, a human tribulation would still appear when I was proving my Tao. Zhou Tong, he couldn't help but sigh. The environment is too good. The geniuses of this generation are even stronger than we were back then. Yanryu sighed emotionally as well. Perhaps all those who can attain the Tao in this generation can be called heavenly emperors. The current human tribulation in the universe was even scarier than when the Forbidden Zone was still around. This was because there were just too many geniuses in the present age. Even a small portion of them would be more terrifying than the restricted area's supreme being. But then again, those who could stand out from such a tribulation were definitely masters who surpassed everything. They could even be called celestial emperors. Zhou Tong finally said, "This is also in line with my expectations. Someone who dares to transcend the tribulation while surrounded by so many experts and has the confidence to transcend the tribulation and even successfully transcends the tribulation. This is the true disposition of an immortal king." Boom. Finally, the entire world began to tremble. Countless people cried out in alarm, discussing amongst themselves. Everyone was looking forward to this. After countless years, a new emperor finally appeared. The stalemate did not last for long. Someone broke the stalemate and killed 7 experts of the same level in one fell swoop during the heavenly tribulation. He suppressed all Taos and ascended to the throne of the great emperor. Walala! And just as the great emperor appeared, the world tree trembled slightly. A brand new imprint appeared on the tree. This was the heavenly core imprint of this generation. This imprint was for the new great emperor to comprehend. At the same time, the longevity substance on the world tree condensed, and a fruit emitting multicolored light appeared on the tree. This was also the immortal divine medicine for the new great emperor to use. It could allow him to live a second life. So this is the method you set up. So this is how the brand new heavenly core imprint is born. Yanryu looked at the heavenly core imprint and the fruit on the tree thoughtfully. Just now, She had seen the changes of the world tree and gained a lot. And just as the great emperor's tribulation dissipated, the passage between the divine realm and the outside world opened again. This time, it opened only for the new great emperor. So the new great emperor is from the divine race. It's time for the divine race to have a great emperor. Seeing the new great emperor, Zhou Tong nodded slightly. This person was the patriarch of this generation of the divine race. He was frighteningly young, heroic, and very dignified. At the Enlightenment Tea Banquet 8,000 years ago, Zhou Tong saw him. At that time, he already looked like a middle-aged man. He was also a cultivator who achieved Tao in another way. Now, he was studying the longevity method and living a second life. Only then did he reach the peak. This person called himself the Divine Emperor. After he came to the Divine Realm, he first met Zhou Tong and Yin Ruyu. Then, he sat motionlessly under the world tree to comprehend the heavenly core imprint and further modify his own scripture's profound meaning. I'm afraid only those who live a second life are qualified to prove their Tao. Looking at this divine emperor, Yin Ruyu transmitted her voice to Zhou Tong. She was shocked. After the universe's essence qi increased, the golden age reached an unprecedented height. Even proving one's Tao was much more difficult than before. Living a second life and relying on one's own ability to do so was many times more difficult than the human tribulation when the restricted area's sovereign was still around. Although the golden age hasn't been cut off, the difficulty of proving one's Tao is not ordinary. This is the so-called inner scroll. Zhou Tong also smiled. However, only by suppressing the world could one be considered a true great emperor. If countless people really became great emperors at the same time, who would the one Tao in the heavenly core imprint belong to? But don't feel pity. This new great emperor's strength is not as good as mine when I was proving my Tao. Zhou Tong smiled. Even an old senior like me can't surpass him. I'm not sure if he can walk the true path of immortality. The path of immortality is long. Proving one's Tao is just the beginning. Whether he can walk to the end depends on himself. Moreover, with the current essence qi of heaven and earth, even if he doesn't prove his Tao, he may not be unable to walk the path of immortality. Zhou Tong continued. In terms of the difficulty of proving one's Tao, it seems to be blocking one's path, but in fact, it opens up a new path. Now, great emperors had a lifespan of 30,000 years. As for those who achieved Tao through other means, they had a lifespan of 23,000 to 4,000 years. Such a sufficient lifespan was enough for future people to study the Tao of immortality and walk the path of immortality. As for the opportunities of the heavenly core imprint, if one really wanted to, one could look at all the Taos of the current geniuses and even the scriptures of the past. The harvest might not be much worse than the heavenly core imprint. One had to know that if this golden age continued, who knew how many classics comparable to great emperor scriptures would be born? At that time, the scriptures created by sages, sage kings, and great sages would be eliminated. It was even very likely that any sacred area would have an emperor scripture. The overall level of cultivators would increase by a lot. Naturally, looking at the opportunities of the great Tao would be much easier than before. Chapter 1131. Yin Ryu glanced at the divine emperor on the other side of the world tree and said leisurely, "The golden era continues endlessly, but as more and more mortal immortals appear, this trend will eventually be broken." In fact, Yin Ryu had also felt the world's essence slowly recede over the past tens of thousands of years. The blessings brought by Zhou Tong and the divine emperor's immortal king tribulations were gradually being consumed. In fact, this consumption was normal. Yi Fan, No Beginning, Emperor Ruthless, and the Blood Phoenix. These four mortal immortals consumed a lot of essence to absorb the world's essence. There was also the Azure Emperor, who was a huge consumer of the world's essence. His inner world was even more terrifying than the mortal immortals. There was also Yin Ryu, who was walking on the mortal immortal path, and the divine silkworm Taoist who had undergone nirvana. Only in the previous era, when no one could live forever, when the great emperors returned to the world after death, that was a complete cycle and reincarnation. After the immortal path was opened, the immortal seniors would have an endless lifespan. In the end, the entire world vitality would be stolen away bit by bit. Don't worry. As long as another immortal king appears, everything will be fine, Zhou Tong said leisurely. And as time passes, the world tree's power will become stronger and stronger. When the time comes, the entire universe will be able to use the world tree to absorb the chaos energy from the outside world to replenish the true immortal's consumption. That's the meaning of the world tree, Zhou Tong added. The world tree was rooted in the universe, but when the world tree was strong enough, a portion of its roots would eventually reach outside the world and absorb the chaos energy to strengthen the world. This was a virtuous cycle. Moreover, there will be another powerful supplement very soon. Zhou Tong's eyes swept across and looked at his 9 nether python fate. In the past tens of thousands of years, the 9 abyss python fate had completely refined the stone soldiers from the world of immortals. Even the true dragon fate's dragon city, battle armor, was no exception. Currently, the only remaining stone weapon in Zhou Tong's possession was the sword of Emperor Zhuanxiu, one of the 5 emperors, the soaring sword. This weapon belonged to the ranks of quasi-immortal emperor weapons and was not something that the 9 nether python life could refine. Of course, even if he could refine the 9 nether python true fate, Zhou Tong would not take out this weapon. This was one of his strongest trump cards. Back in the world of immortals, Zhou Tong's true dragon fate had given away the 3 emperors mirror and 5 emperors pagoda, but he still kept this weapon that had nothing to do with the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. This sword and the little stone emperor's 7 demon stars were the only things in Zhou Tong's possession that surpassed immortal king tier weapons. After the 9 nether python true fate refined these stone soldiers, as long as the great Tao principles in the stone soldiers were reorganized and refined into a brand new treasure art that belonged to him, he would be able to trigger the immortal king tribulation. A brand new supplement. Yen Ruyu's gaze also swept over the 9 serenities AO. She was a little surprised. This 9 nether AO had just transcended the immortal tribulation tens of thousands of years ago. So soon, he was going to transcend the immortal king tribulation? There's about 10,000 years left. It's just enough time for a brand new golden era. After my 9 nether python completes the golden era, No Sure and the others will probably succeed one after another. The immortal king era is coming. Zhou Tong thought for a while, then turned to look at No Sure. After so many years, Emperor No Sure should have completed his 6th secret realm. It was very likely that he would be the next immortal king. After No Sure, Ruthless and Yi Fan were probably not far from breaking through. They should be able to break through within 200,000 years. At that time, 9 heavens 10 earths would have Zhou Tong, the Emperor God, Yi Fan, No Sure, Ruthless, and even the Azure Emperor who might break through. 9 heavens 10 earths would soon welcome a brand new Immortal King era. Immortal King era. Yan Ri was also a little dazed. She did not even dare to think about this in the past. Don't think too much. Cultivate well, and try to trigger the Immortal Ascension Tribulation when the next era opens. Zhou Tong said one last time. Then, he closed his eyes again and continued to comprehend the great Tao. Time passed day by day. In the blink of an eye, 3,000 years had passed. The Emperor God had finished reading all the heaven's core imprints in the world tree and revised the scriptures. Then, he left the divine realm. After 10,000 years, the Emperor God's heaven's core imprints began to fade. Because of the world tree, the heaven's core imprints were always kept in the world tree. Every emperor's heaven's core imprints would only last for 10,000 years. After that, they would dissipate. Because of the world tree, the dissipation speed was very fast. It would only take 5,000 years for it to completely dissipate. In other words, with the world tree's existence, it only took 15,000 years for a new great emperor to be born after each great emperor had attained their Tao. With this speed and the greatly extended lifespan, Some cultivators could even personally experience the entire process of an emperor's Tao dissipation. This speed was many times faster than before. The emperor god's Tao is also starting to dissipate. I wonder if the emperor god can live another life and walk the path of immortality. Zhou Tong opened his eyes and looked at the 9 serenities AO beside him. Next, it's your turn, Zhou Tong said softly. Roar. At this moment, the 9 serenities AO's true fate opened his eyes. A loud roar resounded through the universe, shaking the past, present, and future. The boundary wall between the divine realm and the outside universe was directly blasted open by the terrifying sound waves. The universe trembled with this roar. Stars fell from the sky, shocking countless people in the universe. At the same time, the 9 serenities AO instantly appeared in the universe. His incomparably huge body stepped on the sun, moon, and stars and rushed to the edge of the universe. Those 9 pitch-black tails were like true dragons. They opened their huge mouths, revealing dense fangs that almost tore the universe apart. This was the first time the 9 serenities AO of the Vicious 10 had appeared in this universe since the chaotic ancient era. His terrifying and ferocious appearance made everyone in the universe tremble. Under the Golden World, countless geniuses who had achieved Tao through different means trembled. They felt as if some kind of monster was staring at them. What is that thing? A wolf's body, an ox's head, 3 eyes, a dragon's head, and a tail. What kind of race is this? Countless people looked at the huge figure in the starry sky in shock. The aura that was filled with coldness, darkness, and destruction spread across the entire universe. This is another brand new cultivation system? His body is shining with treasure light. Could it be that he has integrated weapons into his body? Yifan looked at the 9 serenities AO in surprise. But Zhou Tong, how many cultivation systems do you know? Yifan was a little emotional. Obviously, he could tell that the 9 serenities AO was definitely not one of the 5 secret realms. It was a brand new cultivation system that he had never seen before. However, I still have no clue about the 6th secret realm that belongs to me. Yifan was also a little frustrated. Although his cultivation had improved greatly over the years, he still couldn't find the 6th secret realm that belonged to him. Chapter 1132. It was the scene of the 9 nether AO true fate crossing the sky, whistling through the universe and triggering the immortal king tribulation. Instead, it was Zhou Tong crossing the sky and triggering the immortal king tribulation in the wilderness of the universe. However, everyone who knew about it was very puzzled. The celestial tyrant emperor was already an immortal king. Why was he going through the tribulation again? Many people guessed that it was most likely Zhou Tong's incarnation. His incarnation also triggered the immortal king tribulation and officially became an immortal king. Even Yifan and the others guessed the same. Although they knew that Zhou Tong had an incarnation of Prince Tian, the incarnation's aura was obviously different from Zhou Tong's. At this moment, the figure that crossed the sky and triggered the immortal king tribulation in their memories was clearly Zhou Tong himself. In fact, a similar thing had happened when the true fate of the mole mantis merged into the body. However, the true fate of the mole mantis had never officially appeared in front of everyone, so that change only quietly affected the deepest memories in their hearts. However, the 9 nether AO true fate was completely different, because this true fate had appeared in front of them, and it was the immortal king tribulation. It naturally aroused everyone's suspicion. At this moment, as the 9 nether AO true fate transformed into a secret realm, a fierce, domineering, and dark power flowed from the 9 nether AO true fate into Zhou Tong's body. In an instant, his entire body was filled with a strange black fog. A ferocious, dark, and murderous aura was emitted from the black fog. Yin Ruyu, who was on the other side, was shocked. The 9 nether AO true fate was the most ferocious of the 10 vicious. Moreover, The weapons he had refined for countless years made his body overflow with a terrifying murderous aura. Buzz! The restriction around Zhou Tong was triggered again. A layer of light screen blocked the black fog to prevent it from hurting Yen Ruyu. At this moment, Zhou Tong, who was sitting cross-legged, quietly felt the wonderful changes in his body. He knew that every time he merged with a vicious, true fate, it would bring him some kind of strange transformation. It would give him the biggest advantage of being one of the 10 vicious. The most powerful aspect of the 9 nether python among the vicious 10 was its ferocious chi and terrifying killing intent. Now that all of this power had fused into Zhou Tong's body, it immediately took effect on his soul. Is the 9 netherworlds, AO, strengthening the primordial spirit? No, it's not a soul. It's an illusory thing that's similar to willpower. Zhou Tong carefully analyzed the changes that had occurred to him, and a hint of understanding had already appeared in his heart. Although the 9 nether python true fate had transformed into the 6th secret realm, the door of potential in his body had changed again, but the biggest change was the strengthening of his mind and will. This kind of strengthening did not mean that Zhou Tong's temperament had changed. Instead, it was a special way of strengthening Zhou Tong's will. This was a kind of strengthening and transformation. As for Zhou Tong's strongest will, it was the will to fight after he had decided to step onto the path of becoming a warring immortal. Well, to fight, that's right. The biggest improvement that the 9 nether python true fate has given me is the will to fight. Zhou Tong took a deep breath and channeled his divine power. In an instant, the blood in his body surged. The terrifying will to fight was like the sun shining brightly in the sky. A terrifying will to fight against the heavens, and earth surged into his heart. Fight! 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 His heart thumped, and his will to fight shot up to the 9 heavens. His entire person seemed to have a demonic temperament. Zhou Tongman's hair was disheveled as it danced in the wind. His eyes were even more frightening and blazing than lightning. His body surged with an aura of pure battle intent. It filled his chest and was about to burst out. At this moment, Zhou Tong seemed to have turned into a burning flame that wanted to burn everything to ashes. Chapter 1133. His battle intent was burning in his chest. Let's fight. Zhou Tong stood up. His battle cry reverberated throughout the universe, shaking the universe. At this moment, he was the center of the universe. Even Yi Fan and the others, who had become worldly immortals, were shocked. This battle intent was too strong and terrifying. Even a battle cry could stir the battle blood in their bodies across the endless starry sky. At this moment, countless people in the universe felt their blood boil. They couldn't wait to find an opponent to fight. Battle intent. What a terrifying battle intent. The blood in Yi Fan's body churned as his battle intent soared into the sky. Did the Celestial Tyrant Emperor have a new breakthrough? This battle intent seems to be an extension of his path to becoming an immortal of combat. Heavenly Emperor Wu sure couldn't calm down. His entire body was stirred by the battle intent. Is the battle about to start? Heavenly Emperor Qing also showed a hint of excitement. Even Heavenly Emperor Ruthless from the ancient desolation Forbidden Land came out. Her white robe was flawless, but her expression was a little excited. These people moved at the same time, rushing towards Zhou Tong's divine realm. Boom! On this day, the gates of the divine realm opened. Yi Fan, Heavenly Emperor Wu Shi, Heavenly Emperor Qing, and Heavenly Emperor Ruthless all arrived at the same time and stood beside Zhou Tong. Zhou Tong, are we going to war with the other world? Yi Fan looked at Zhou Tong excitedly. Zhou Tong's battle cry stirred up the battle intent in their bodies. Yi Fan and the others were eager to fight the darkness. You guys came at the right time. Come and fight with me. Zhou Tong didn't stop Yi Fan and the others from asking for a battle. This was because he couldn't hold back his battle intent either. The 9 nether AO was indeed the most ferocious of the 10 vicious. After turning it into his 6th secret realm, even Zhou Tong had to vent his terrifying battle intent. Moreover, Yi Fan and the others were already infinitely close to the Celestial King tier. It just so happened that they could use this battle to nurture their troops. Perhaps after this battle, they would be able to obtain some breakthroughs. As for the darkness erosion, Zhou Tong no longer cared about it. The Azure Monarch did not belong to such a system, so he was fine. As for Yi Fan, Wu Shi, and Monarch Shaoli, Wu Shi had already found the sixth secret realm, so he was not afraid. The only ones he was worried about were Yi Fan and Monarch Shaoli. However, perhaps after encountering the darkness once, they would be able to realize what their sixth secret realm was even faster. Let's go. Zhou Tong led Yi Fan and the others and set off. Boom! Zhou Tong walked forward. Wind and thunder rumbled, his aura world shaking. The void he stepped through turned into a divine bridge that spanned millions and millions of li. He brought Yi Fan and the others, directly heading towards the other side. Previously, Zhou Tong was still worried about the many monsters on the other side. However, after so many years passed, his cultivation already advanced greatly. Together with his current state of surging battle intent, he believed that even if there were 5 or 6, 7 or 8 of these monsters who had bathed in half immortal emperor blood or even immortal emperor blood attacking him, he still had confidence in fighting them. Battle intent, this thing didn't look like it had much use, but in reality, it was the most important thing in times of danger. The group directly set off just like that, charging into the other side. They were going to unleash a great slaughter, sweep through their opponents. They crossed the endless void and endless primal chaos, finally entering the other side. Battle intent rushed into the heavens. He wanted to fight, wanted to kill his enemies. That fella came again. In the other side, there were immortal kings who immediately discovered Zhou Tong's existence. They immediately roared out crazily, their voices shaking up the entire cosmos, making everyone shiver inwardly. The cultivators of all clans all felt uneasy. Back then, Zhou Tong came here several times, killing more than 10 immortal kings one after another, yet no one could do anything to him. The cultivators here had long been scared out of their wits. Now that he came here again, news of this spread through the other side like a hurricane, triggering a heaven overflowing great commotion. This bastard, I refuse to believe that the several dozen immortal kings of our side can't do anything to you. There were some immortal kings who were inwardly furious. Terrifying magical projections immediately towered between heaven and earth. Those immortal kings were about to take action. That aura was simply like a landslide or a tsunami, making Yi Fan and the others at Zhou Tong's side tremble. Is that the power of immortal kings? Yi Fan was inwardly shocked. This type of power was too great, especially when more than 10 immortal kings revived at the same time. That aura shook this entire world until it became quiet. There are too many of them. Without Beginning was also a bit shocked. He looked towards Zhou Tong, a bit worried. With so many immortal kings, would he be able to deal with them? Those below immortal king level, I'll leave them to you all. Everyone else is mine, Zhou Tong said. He took a step out, his entire being arriving in the void, overlooking the other side. Hong Long. Radiance swirled about in his eyes, as if the great river of time was rising and falling. There was even more so a streak of resplendent, eternal light that erupted from his body. The entire other side was suppressed by his aura. Those creatures below immortal level directly trembled, kneeling down uncontrollably. When facing Zhou Tong's aura that roared over like a mountain flood or tsunami, those cultivators who didn't achieve immortality couldn't endure it at all, kneeling on the ground while trembling in fear. At the same time, on a foreign mountain peak, Wonglong, a brilliant immortal light appeared, blocking Zhou Tong's terrifying aura outside. Immediately afterwards, an immortal king with a pair of horns on his head had an extremely ugly expression. He looked at Zhou Tong, who was standing proudly in the void, and couldn't help but curse. Damn it, it's this bastard again. Dao friend, fight with me. Today, we can't let him leave alive. The Oxhorn Immortal King looked at a tall person bathed in rainbow-colored immortal light. This was a guest who had come to visit him during this period of time. They had discussed the Tao here for over 10,000 years. If Zhou Tong and the others were here, they would definitely recognize that this person was the divine emperor who had long left the 9 heavens, 10 earths. Tao friend? Seeing that the divine emperor didn't reply, the Oxhorn Immortal King called out again. However, Hong Long, a huge hand swept across the sky, covering the sky. The godly emperor had made his move. His palm directly pressed down on the Oxhorned Immortal King. The divine emperor's divine might was matchless. This strike shook the heavens, shaking the universe. Tao friend, what are you doing? The Oxhorn Immortal King was shocked and hurriedly counterattacked. He opened his mouth and spat out a golden ripple that swept towards the sky like a tsunami. Hong Long, the large hand emitted an 11-color divine light and heavily collided with the ripple, instantly destroying all the ripple. Then, the large hand didn't slow down and slapped down on the Oxhorn Immortal King's body, causing all the bones in his body to explode. Sorry, Tao friend, I'm not from your world. The divine emperor's voice followed. The Oxhorn Immortal King roared. His physical body was destroyed by the divine emperor. His primordial spirit wanted to escape, but it was quickly grabbed by the divine emperor and suppressed. After killing an immortal king with a sneak attack, the divine emperor's eyes turned and looked at Zhou Tong in the void. He thought to himself, "Are you really confident in flattening this world? Forget it. I'll accompany you in your madness." The divine emperor took a step forward and arrived beside Zhou Tong. Chapter 1134. Turns out you've been here all these years. Zhou Tong looked at the divine emperor who flew over, nodding his head. The customs here are indeed different. Moreover, the cultivation system here and the path of cultivation are also a bit different from our side. I just happen to be comprehending here for a period of time. The divine emperor said, "Only, do you have the confidence to fight this time? The situation in this realm is a bit strange. The birth process of those immortal kings is a bit strange." As the divine emperor spoke, he also frowned, a bit confused. Whether or not I can win, we'll only know after we fight. As Zhou Tong spoke, he walked out, taking action powerfully. Hong Long, his fist smashed forward, the sound of the great Tao heavenly sound deafening. The entire great universe trembled from this fist, crying out in grief. Pooh! The immortal king closest to him was immediately blasted through by Zhou Tong's fist, a large hole appearing in his chest, dripping with blood. Even his heart exploded, revealing eerie white bones. Then, Zhou Tong casually added another punch. This immortal king screamed miserably. Before the fist arrived, the blood on his body was already evaporated by the radiance released by Zhou Tong's fist. His entire body seemed to have been burned by flames, the scene terrifying to the extreme. Chong! A streak of sword light hacked down. Not far out, another immortal king took action. The black divine sword in his hand surged with killing intent, the ice-cold and sinister sword light shooting towards Zhou Tong's head, wishing to hack his body apart. Zhou Tong's eyes flickered. Terrifying battle intent instantly stirred up the divine force in his body. 2 streaks of purple multicolored light rushed into the heavens behind him. Those were a pair of lightning emperor's wings flickering with lightning radiance. Hong Long, following the sound of thunder, the lightning emperor's wings directly faced the attack. Divine rainbows split the sky, unstoppable, blocking the immortal king divine sword. At the same time, lightning exploded, half immortal emperor light lingering about. With a zhung noise, that pitch-black divine sword was broken just like that, forcibly cut apart by the lightning emperor's wings. At this moment, the entire foreign realm was shaken. This combat strength was simply too terrifying. In his hands, peak-stage immortal kings were simply like little chicks. He could beat them up however he wanted. His combat strength was simply too powerful. Under everyone's shocked gazes, Zhou Tong's fist smashed down, instantly killing the immortal king from before. Then, he turned around and suddenly moved forward. With a single step, he arrived in front of the immortal king who was controlling the black divine sword. He grabbed it and then pointed out with his sword finger, piercing through the supreme sword while emitted from the other party's body and piercing through the center of his brows. Fight! Zhou Tong let out a battle cry. His battle intent soared to the sky like an unparalleled demon king, intimidating people to the core. His long hair fluttered in the wind. His body was like a hurricane, and in the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of the third immortal king. Poof! They had only just collided, and that celestial king's physical body was directly shattered by Zhou Tong. He spat out large mouthfuls of blood, and the space between his brows exploded. An extremely terrifying sword wound appeared, and blood and brain matter spilled out. There was even soul light dissipating. This scene shocked everyone. What kind of cultivation realm had this person cultivated to? Was his opponent really an immortal king? How could he be so easily killed by him? Even Yi Fan, No Sure, and the others were shocked by Zhou Tong's ferocity. This kind of combat strength was unimaginable. Even the Divine Emperor was a little stunned. They were both immortal kings, but his combat strength was a little too strong, wasn't it? At this moment, the Divine Emperor felt as if he had returned to the era of the Emperor's Road. When he had just become a great sage, he felt like he was facing a boundary emperor. Unimaginable, unfathomable. However, Zhou Tong's combat strength still affected Yi Fan and the others. Once again, their battle blood was stimulated. Boom! The first to attack was Great Emperor Ruthless. Her white robe was whiter than snow, and her black hair danced in the wind. She was peerless. She stepped forward, and her slender and white feet seemed to be stepping on waves. At this moment, she brazenly attacked. The light of flying immortal shone resplendently and suddenly bombarded the body of a true immortal, directly blasting that true immortal apart. Meanwhile, this attack of Great Emperor Ruthless also represented the beginning of an all-out battle. Yi Fan, No Sure, and Emperor Qing also found their opponents and began to fight. They all had the combat strength of mortal immortals, and their strength was extremely powerful. Ordinary true immortals, even if 5 or 6 of them attacked together, were not their match. Even those boundary immortal kings were basically not their match. This was because the boundary immortal kings of the other realms were all born from this kind of dark matter. Naturally, they could not be compared to those who cultivated and transformed on their own. Boom! On the other side, the Divine Emperor also found new opponents. There were 2 immortal kings. He was incomparably powerful and fought against the 2 immortal kings. This battle was much greater than Yi Fan and the others. They fought all the way to the desolate border of the universe. The Divine Emperor was also an incomparably powerful immortal king. He was not afraid at all when fighting against 2 alone. Fight! As everyone found their opponents one after another, Zhou Tong also roared out a war cry again. His entire body's fighting spirit surged into the heavens, as if a devil king appeared in this world, going crazy against the world. The foreign realm was dead silent. It was too shocking. The battle had just begun, yet in the end, 3 immortal kings already fell under his hands. It was to the extent where his fighting spirit didn't weaken in the slightest, instead burning more and more fiercely, battle aura surging through the 9 heavens. Those immortal kings that appeared before didn't dare make any strange movements. It was to the extent where their indomitable bodies shrunk by a large amount, vaguely showing a chance of escaping, courting death. At the same time, a roar sounded from the foreign realm's starry skies, breaking the silence. An immortal king descended from the void. Zhou Tong recognized him. This was a rare immortal king giant, as well as someone who came from Soul River. He was even more so a core figure who led this region of the foreign realm. Meanwhile, what appeared immediately after him were 7 disgusting and terrifying monsters. Every single monster looked like they were formed from the body parts of several dozen creatures. Moreover, there wasn't the slightest bit of symmetry or beauty when they were assembled, instead looking like the product of all types of things randomly pieced together. For example, that elephant-headed monster had a ghost head on its left side, but the right side of its abdomen looked like it had been blasted through, its innards visible. For example, that wasp-like monster had two incomparably strange heads on its head, one a snake head, one a fish head. For example, that bat-like monster had warts all over its body, moreover covered in maggots. Every single monster made one feel disgusted. However, these monsters instead made Zhou Tong's expression become serious. It was because he sensed the emperor energy within these monsters' bodies. Without a doubt, these monsters were all extremely similar to the monster he encountered before, all of them coming from the heavenly emperor burial pit, things that were soaked in emperor blood. Turns out there are 7 of them. Haha, you all came at the perfect time. Kill! Zhou Tong roared out crazily, his voice shaking heaven and earth. Long. In that instant, heaven and earth collapsed. That crazy roar turned into great Tao symbols, densely packed, drowning out those monsters, powerfully suppressing and killing them. Chapter 1135. Long. In the face of Zhou Tong's sound waves, the elephant-headed monster, standing at the very front, took action. He swung his head, and then his long gray trunk directly smashed towards Zhou Tong, incomparably domineering. This battle wasn't a turn-based system. After Zhou Tong roared out, he naturally wouldn't stop. With a raise of his hand, he displayed several dozen types of the most powerful secret methods and divine abilities. His entire body shone, the half-immortal emperor radiance on the surface of his body even more so burned like raging flames, directly turning the other side's stars into dust. Voila! At the same time, the bat-like monster also took action. The pair of black wings on its back flowed with extremely dense dark matter, to the extent where the dark matter was so dense that it almost gushed out auspicious multicolored light. This was especially the case when this monster had a scorpion tail on its body. At this moment, this scorpion tail was emitting a demonic red and black radiance, piercing towards Zhou Tong. Its power was terrifying, piercing through the sky dome. At the immortal king level, anyone had the power to destroy heaven and earth, let alone Zhou Tong, who was infinitely close to half-immortal emperor level and those 7 monsters. As they fought, the entire foreign realm seemed like it was going to explode. Terrifying auras filled heaven and earth, causing almost all creatures in this realm to tremble. Even Yifan and the others who were in the middle of a great battle couldn't help but slow down a bit, diverting a bit of their attention to Zhou Tong's great battle. Long. In an instant, the heavens collapsed and the earth split apart. Large expanses of star regions exploded, and countless stars were vaporized in this collision, turning into nothingness. The entire starry sky was filled with chaotic energy that surged like a tide. It was as if this place had returned to the era when heaven and earth were first created. Boom! 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 The primal chaos surged, and there were even loud sounds comparable to the creation of heaven and earth. Zhou Tong's fighting spirit erupted, and he was incomparably powerful, continuously clashing with these 7 monsters. And when the primal chaos scattered, Zhou Tong's body staggered, and a strand of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Continuously clashing with these 7 opponents, even he was a bit strained. If he wasn't careful, he might die here. However, since Zhou Tong was injured, the 7 monsters on the other side naturally wouldn't be able to gain any advantage. The elephant-headed monster's trunk had been broken by Zhou Tong. One of the bat-like monster's wings had been pierced by Zhou Tong. The wasp-like monster had a bone-deep sword wound on its body, and the crab-like monster had a fist mark on its shell. All the monsters were also injured by Zhou Tong during the collision. Damn it, this guy has improved again. A trace of fear appeared on the face of the pitch-black, immortal king in the starry sky. This kind of improvement was too fast, so fast that he didn't dare to believe it. It's impossible. Even in our soul river, no one can evolve at such a speed. Is he too strong? Could it be that this person was the reincarnation of some big shot from the high heavens? If another tens of thousands of years passed, wouldn't he take that step? The more the pitch-black immortal king thought about it, the more terrified he became. This person must not be left alive. Everyone attack together. The pitch-black immortal king ordered. He wanted the dozens of immortal kings in this world to attack Zhou Tong at the same time. Boom! As soon as the order was given, an immortal king immediately attacked from hundreds of millions of miles away. A pitch-black halberd slashed down, and a vast and unfathomable power surged, shaking the world. Clang! Zhou Tong didn't even turn his head. He just casually threw a punch behind him. It was simple and direct, powerful and domineering. However, it was precisely this fist that collided with the halberd that caused a resplendent brilliance to erupt, and it shook the immortal king to the point of vomiting large mouthfuls of blood. Boom! Immediately after, a large hand covered in scales appeared. The immortal king, who had been sitting cross-legged under the world tree, made his move. He fiercely slapped the top of Zhou Tong's head. Kill! Zhou Tong's killing intent soared as he attacked with all his strength. This expert was an immortal king, not someone other immortal kings could compare to. Even Zhou Tong had to treat him seriously. Clang! A bell rushed out from above Zhou Tong's head, directly colliding with the large hand covered in scales. Pooh! In the next moment, the scales fell off. The large hand split open, and dark red blood flowed out. After all, Zhou Tong was an immortal king who had given birth to the light of a quasi-immortal emperor. His Tao-confirming artifact was his strongest weapon. With a single strike, his opponent's arm was almost shattered. On the other side, the pitch-black immortal king in the starry sky also made his move. He opened his mouth and chanted an incantation. In an instant, the entire foreign realm was enveloped in an ominous atmosphere. A cold and sinister aura mixed with the attacks of many immortal kings directly landed on Zhou Tong's body. Pooh! This attack was like a sneak attack. It immediately caused Zhou Tong to spit out a mouthful of blood. At this time, several other attacks also descended. Zhou Tong roared like an injured beast. The bell above his head shook violently, rippling out terrifying ripples, directly freezing a large number of attacks and laws. At the same time, Zhou Tong's palm slashed forward. This was a true life and death struggle. This was also the first time Zhou Tong truly fought with his life after becoming an immortal king. Moreover, he was incomparably powerful. Even in the face of such a siege, he didn't blindly defend. Instead, he chose to attack. In the dazzling light, Zhou Tong charged over. The bell above his head knocked away a sea snake-like monster and an elephant-headed monster. His palm attacked a monster with 13 different wings and a bat-like monster. However, his back still revealed a flaw in the end. He was struck by the large hand of an immortal king, dripping with blood. That was the attack of an immortal king, its power incomparable. Zhou Tong's shoulder almost exploded, blood splashing into the sky. However, after paying such a heavy price, Zhou Tong finally found an opportunity to clash head-on with the pitch-black immortal king. Boom! With a loud bang, the pitch-black immortal king's body trembled violently, and his body cracked open in all directions. In such a head-on collision, the strong naturally won. Zhou Tong's physical body was incomparably powerful, and the pitch-black immortal king wasn't good at punching and kicking, but a strange and unpredictable spell. This collision almost caused his body to collapse. Roar! Zhou Tong roared, his voice shaking the starry sky. He continued to attack, waving his fist, wanting to kill this black immortal king here. This person was an existence from the Soul River. No matter what, he couldn't let him leave alive. Boom! However, a strange claw wrapped in strands of Emperor Qi appeared here, blocking in front of Zhou Tong, blocking Zhou Tong's attack, and saving the pitch-black immortal king. Then the 7 monsters and more than 10 immortal kings surrounded him at the same time. Chapter 1136. facing the encirclement of more than 30 immortal kings. Among them, even 2 immortal king giants from Soul River, as well as 7 monsters from Heaven and Earth Burial Pit who had bathed in Emperor blood. This was a type of fatal blow. Even the Butcher, Burial Lord, and others from the chaotic ancient era wouldn't be able to escape. However, Zhou Tong relied on his heaven-surging battle intent, relying on the terrifying power accumulated from the 10 heavenly passages' divine rings, relying on the 7 devil stars embedded on the Overlord Bell to fight valiantly and fearlessly. Fight! The battle cries became louder and louder. Being injured in battle, recovering, comprehending the Tao through battle, breaking through battle. This was a war immortal. In this instant, the endless great battle made Zhou Tong's war immortal path more and more stable, becoming more and more powerful. His war immortal path previously only reached the secular immortal level. Meanwhile, after the secular immortal level, most of his cultivation increased by relying on the system and great Tao impact brought by the many true fates of the heavens, not his most fundamental war immortal path. During this period, even though he had fought several times with these foreign immortal kings, the level of those battles was too low. Everything was within Zhou Tong's grasp. It couldn't be considered a true life and death battle. But now it was different. These more than 30 immortal kings, even though most of them were relatively ordinary immortal kings, there were 2 giants among them, to the extent where there were even 7 monsters comparable to immortal King Diguan. In this type of battle, even Zhou Tong had to go all out. Battle intent surged endlessly. Zhou Tong comprehended the Tao and cultivated in battle. He was comprehending his opponent's great Tao, verifying it with his own Tao, even more so clashing with the Emperor energy on his opponent's body, comprehending the great Tao aura of the deceased Heavenly Emperor. In battle, he was a bit dazed, also a bit deranged, to the extent where he even derived great Tao profound mysteries. However, this was a battle after all, moreover being surrounded by more than 30 experts of the same level, so it was inevitable that there would be oversights. However, it was precisely this type of oversight that made him encounter the most serious danger. In this type of situation, several times, he always relied on the might of the 7 devil stars on the Overlord Bell to avoid being killed. Chong! Suddenly, a clear sword cry sounded. A stone sword appeared in Zhou Tong's palm, resplendent and dazzling, illuminating the world. Sword cries rang out continuously, dazzling Tao patterns flickering. The opponent was too strong. In the end, Zhou Tong was forced to use his soaring sky sword. This was the sword that belonged to one of the 5 emperors of the world of immortals, Emperor Zhuanshu. Zhou Tong suddenly swung his sword and slashed at the monster closest to him. The monster struggled and roared as it was cut into several pieces by Zhou Tong. It immediately suffered a terrifying injury. This monster wanted to heal the wounds on his body, but no matter what he did, his body couldn't be pieced back together. The wounds were tainted with half-immortal emperor-level laws, preventing the wounds from healing. He could only do his best to exhaust the emperor chi in his body in order to slowly erase the laws above the immortal king realm. Quasi-immortal emperor weapon. He actually has another one. The pitch-black immortal king's expression turned ugly. The 7 demonic stars on the bell had already given him a headache because every time they were about to win, the 7 demonic stars would unleash their might and blast everyone away. And now, he had taken out another item, and it was a sword. This sword together with the 7 demonic stars, one attacking and one defending, it would definitely be more difficult to deal with. He activated so many half-immortal emperor weapons. Doesn't he need to exhaust any energy? Why is he still so fierce even now? Could it be that he has opened up a 6th secret realm that belongs to him alone? And his 6th secret realm just happens to be something similar to the Sea of Qi? The more this immortal king thought about it, the more he felt that there were some variables in this battle. Damn God! The black immortal king's expression turned vicious as he took out an item. It was a pitch-black jade rui. The moment this rui appeared, it immediately emitted blazing multicolored light. At this moment, it became the only thing in the foreign realm. All the light was covered by the multicolored light of this jade ruby. Any cultivator who opened their eyes to look at the jade ruby would feel their eyes bleed from the piercing light. Emperor's might that surged like mountains and seas filled the entire foreign realm. At this moment, regardless of whether it was the true immortal battle between Yi Fan and the others, or the immortal king battle between Zhou Tong and the divine emperor, they all stopped. What is that? Yi Fan was shocked. He could clearly feel a supreme aura. This aura was so strong that it was like the feeling he had when he faced an emperor weapon when he was a saint. Don't open your eyes, that thing is too strong. Cyan Emperor hurriedly reminded. He had only taken a glance before, and as a result his eyes were blinded. Even now, his recovery was very slow. This aura is very similar to the inextinguishable light on the surface of Zhou Tong's body, but who knows how many times stronger. If I'm not wrong, then it should be something above the Immortal King level, which is also an Emperor weapon. Ruthless said leisurely, I was wondering why there were so many Immortal Kings in this realm. It turns out that this thing is their most important thing, an artifact refined by an existence above the Immortal King level. This thing is the origin of the Immortal Kings in this realm. The Divine Emperor's body emitted a layer of colorful immortal light, blocking the dazzling light. He endured the pain in his eyes, but he could vaguely see something. It was a long thing, and it was flowing with thick dark matter that could not be dissolved. It even looked a little sacred. However, he only took a few more glances. He did not dare to look anymore and immediately closed his eyes. This is Soul River's dark, quasi-immortal Emperor weapon. Zhou Tong's expression was extremely serious. Only he and the 7 monsters could really open their eyes to look at this thing, because only the 8 of them could use the quasi-immortal Emperor light. Using it to deal with my soaring sword? However, before this thing of yours shows its power, I can kill a few of them first. Zhou Tong's reaction was extremely fast. The moment everyone was dazed by the light emitted by this quasi-immortal Emperor weapon, he swung his sword. Clang! The soaring sword directly slashed at a monster that had been severely injured previously. This place was instantly annihilated. The void exploded, and chaos covered the sky and earth. This monster's primordial spirit and physical body were both cut into pieces by Zhou Tong at the same time. It was powerless to reverse the situation. Clang! The tyrant bell shook leisurely, absorbing everything of this monster and slowly suppressing and refining it. You've gone too far. You've targeted my realm time and time again. Today, I'll die together with you. This immortal king was furious. His expression became ruthless again. He directly slapped open his chest and sacrificed the most precious heart blood, sprinkling it on this pitch-black jade ruby. He took himself out as a sacrifice. After receiving the sacrifice of an immortal king, a pitch-black shadow actually appeared on this jade ruby. It seemed to be the god of this artifact. It responded to the call of this immortal king and awakened. The pitch-black immortal king roared. All the blood and essence in his body were sucked dry. In the blink of an eye, his entire body was like a lamp without oil. In the end, he turned into a stream of light and entered this jade ruby. Chapter 1137. He said that he would take me down with him, but in reality, he still left behind a strand of life force. Zhou Tong's eyes were deep. He looked towards the jade scepter and the pitch-black imprint on it. Even though this person was sacrificed after this battle ended, as long as the jade scepter wasn't destroyed, he still had a chance to revive. But so what? Kill! Zhou Tong completely erupted. A murderous voice resounded through heaven and earth. He poured his divine force into the soaring sky sword in his hands. That simple and unadorned stone sword immediately released unprecedented radiance. Streak after streak of great Tao laws condensed in a sword light, sword radiance, resisting that black jade scepter. The soaring sky sword was Emperor Zhuanxu's personal sword. Moreover, the stone tools refined from Long Life Realm's cultivation system had a clear characteristic, which was that as long as one's divine force could keep up they could completely revive this artifact. Even if it was a great Emperor-level expert, if they had enough divine force, they could also use this sword to erupt with Emperor might. Clang! Zhou Tong directly poured all of his body's divine force into it. Even within his 10 heavenly passage divine ring, the heavenly horned ant true fate truly opened its eyes. A streak of Emperor-level divine force also entered the soaring sky, soared through the 10 heavenly passage divine ring. Immediately, the soaring sky sword erupted with radiance, cutting through eternity. There was a type of unrivaled grandeur. The sword hacked down, heavily hacking down on that pitch-black figure on the black jade scepter, actually hacking that pitch-black figure apart. Clang! The light of natural laws illuminated the void. Everyone in the foreign realm couldn't help but shiver. That soaring sky sword hacked apart the jade scepter's deity with a single strike. It was just too terrifying. No, this isn't an ordinary half-immortal Emperor-level artifact. A miserable cry sounded from the demonic figure that was hacked apart. It was actually the voice of that black immortal king-level figure. It's an Emperor-level artifact. An Emperor-level artifact refined by a true immortal emperor. Could it be a supreme treasure left behind by that taboo existence? That voice was incomparably terrified. He wanted to activate the jade scepter to resist, but everything was useless. Zhou Tong brandished his sword. Sword radiance once again passed through that pitch-black figure, and then heavily struck the jade scepter. Zheng! Zheng! Rays of law light condensed into swords and bombarded the jade scepter, forcefully destroying this quasi-immortal emperor-grade weapon. The quasi-immortal emperor weapon also wanted to resist, but Zhou Tong brandished the soaring sky sword to block it. After the soaring sword fully unleashed its power, it was incomparably powerful. Every sword beam slashed through eternity and bombarded the Rui scepter continuously, wanting to destroy it. Poof! During this process, Zhou Tong was also coughing up blood. This was a clash between half-immortal emperors. He was so close to them, yet even his myriad tribulations' indestructible body was being blasted apart. The other monsters and immortal kings all retreated far away, afraid that the clash of quasi-immortal emperor weapons would affect them. The soaring sky sword was Zhuanqiu's sword, and the essence of Zhuanqiu's great Tao had already been integrated into the world of a mortal's mysterious technique. Zhou Tong was proficient in this technique, and he had already comprehended the great Tao. Now, after watching the collision of the great Tao between the soaring sky sword and the jade Rui, he had a deeper understanding. This collision was not only a collision of great Tao laws, but also a collision of two completely different systems. At this moment, his hair was disheveled, and blood was flowing out of his mouth and nose. His body was cracked, and he was seriously injured. However, he seemed to have understood something. His eyes were wide open, and he seemed to have understood a part of the true essence of the laws in the soaring sky sword and the jade Rui scepter. Yes, many cultivation systems are actually the same in essence. It's just that the path is different. If I go one step further, maybe all my Tao laws will change. Every divine chain of order is a system. At that time, I will no longer wield order, but a complete system. At that time, I will be stronger, and it will be a qualitative change. In this collision, Zhou Tong instantly understood a certain power of the fusion and collision of many systems. He even vaguely touched the core of the system. This completely made him understand what the cultivation system was in an instant, and he understood the most mysterious and profound part of the cultivation system. In that instant, his entire being seemed to have entered a state of thoughtlessness. His entire consciousness was raised endlessly, reaching a new height. He overlooked the soaring sky sword and jade Rui scepter that were clashing below. The various cultivation systems are indeed endlessly profound. At this moment, Zhou Tong's eyes were incomparably deep. He already completely ignored the impact of the half-immortal Emperor artifact collision. He ignored the injuries on his body, completely immersing himself in the understanding of the various cultivation systems. His entire body mechanically provided power to the soaring sky sword, calmly watching the two half-immortal Emperor artifacts clash. Meanwhile, at this time, the heavenly horned ant's true fate within his 10 heavenly passage divine ring sensed this type of state, immediately pouring out another strand of divine force. He began to pay some attention to the great battle in the outside world. Gotcha. However, as the heavenly horned ant's true fate became distracted, the 10 heavenly passage divine rings cracks began to expand again. The heavenly horned ant's true fate undoubtedly exceeded the immortal king level. According to normal reasoning, with this type of true fate, it was enough to sweep through the heavens. There weren't many opponents under high heavens. However, what was helpless was that this true fate had to watch over the 10 heavenly passage divine ring, preventing the 10 heavenly passage divine ring from being completely shattered by the 3 layers of the cosmos. It was to the extent where every bit of attention it diverted was a step closer to the 10 heavenly passage divine ring's destruction. Right now, this was precisely the case. Fortunately, after several tens of thousands of years, the 10 heavenly passage divine ring already merged with most of the divine realm in the 3 layers of the cosmos, as well as the 9 netherworlds AO, Lightning Emperor, and many other true fate's immortal king level inner worlds. Its source rose sharply, which was why there were only a few more cracks. Gotcha. However, following the heavenly horned ant's true fate's attack, the soaring sky sword's power rose sharply like never before. Finally, the sword stabbed into the Jade Scepter, the entire Jade Scepter immediately producing streaks of cracks. Chong! The soaring sky sword carried endless natural laws, once again hacking into the Jade Scepter. With a ka sound, the entire Jade Scepter was directly shattered into 13 pieces by this wave of impact. Meanwhile, at this time, Zhou also woke up from his previous state of comprehension. He immediately withdrew his sword. At the same time, the Overlord Bell shone. More than 10 types of immortal gold energy pervaded the air, as well as all life source energy. Chaotic and misty, it completely surrounded the 13 Jade Scepter fragments, about to collect them. Clang, clang, clang. The Jade Scepter was a half-immortal Emperor-level artifact, after all. Even if it was shattered, it still wasn't willing to be refined by an immortal king-level artifact like the Overlord Bell. Every single fragment was shaking, wishing to break out. However, all of this was useless. The 7 demonic stars on the Overlord Bell shone, and the suction force within the Bell's body became even more terrifying. At the same time, Zhou continuously brandished his sword 13 times, separately tapping on the 13 fragments. Gotcha! All of the fragments shattered again, turning into more than 50 even finer fragments. They all flew into the Overlord Bell, suppressed by the power of the 7 demonic stars. Chapter 1138. A broken half-immortal Emperor artifact. This thing is even easier to refine than the 7 demonic stars. A hint of joy couldn't help but appear on Zhou face. This shattered Jade Scepter was merely an appetizer. In this battle, his true gains were actually in his own path of Tao. He felt the collision of 2 great quasi-immortal Emperor artifacts of different systems at almost 0 distance, and it gave him an extremely deep feeling. Even his path of Tao had taken another step forward. His thick, long hair scattered down, every part of his body filled with dazzling, immortal light. Every inch of his flesh, muscles, and bones had terrifying great Tao patterns interweaving. These weren't ordinary great Tao patterns, but rather streaks of thick great Tao divine chains that represented different systems. His comprehension of the Tao had initial results. With his own heaven-covering technique as a guide, he commanded the cultivation systems of the 4 great true fates, Gu, Lightning Emperor, True Dragon, and 9 netherworlds AO that merged into his body. Golden Pill Nascent Soul System, Divine Tao Technique System, Long Life Realm Stone Man Unmatched Zushin System, as well as 9 netherworlds AO's Weapon Fusion Body Refinement System. These four great systems already had strands of great Tao divine chains that represented their own system's characteristics. These great Tao divine chains wrapped around his entire body, making him look like he had a type of terrifying demonic radiance. Another one taken care of. Continue. Zhou Tong's eyes moved, immediately looking towards the remaining immortal kings and monsters. The entire foreign realm was alarmed, none of the immortal kings and monsters daring to advance. At this moment, in the heavens above and earth below, the foreign realm's kings, as well as divine Emperor Qingdi and the others, all of them were paying attention to this immortal king battle. Zhou Tong's eyes swirled about. There was actually no one who dared to fight. Even those monsters who had experienced the baptism of Emperor blood didn't dare advance, not daring to fight. The scene was simply too shocking. In the void, that figure whose entire body was covered in strange, great Tao patterns, the surface of his body releasing terrifying immortal light, actually had a type of unmatched divine might that looked down on all kings, leaving behind an indelible impression. Too powerful. Qingdi was filled with yearning. Even among immortal kings, he is still that same unmatched stance from before, sweeping through all of them. Yifan was also very shocked. Back then, he had only seen Zhou Tong's invincible posture on the path of proof. He didn't expect to see this invincible posture again after he became an immortal king. More than 30 immortal king-level experts besieged him. In the end, the result is still the same. The godly emperor praised in his heart. Although the divine emperor knew that Zhou Tong had used a weapon that surpassed the immortal king realm, the other party also had one. In a situation where both sides had quasi-immortal emperor weapons, the one with the higher cultivation level would naturally win. Not only did Zhou Tong win, he even shattered his opponent's quasi-immortal emperor weapon. Without a doubt, this was strength. Surrounded by kings, Zhou Tong looked down at the world with disdain. This scene was deeply imprinted in the hearts of everyone in this world. Zhou Tong's eyes turned cold. He stared at a monster not far away and slashed down with his sword. Do you think you'll be fine if you don't attack? Boom! The sword light was resplendent. It was as if millions of stars had exploded, shattering the void and slashing apart the firmament. It was too resplendent. The entire world trembled violently. Large expanses of the starry sky collapsed. Endless energy fluctuations turned into sword waves and spread out. Roar! The monster roared. It opened its mouth and spat out, turning into a black curtain. Terrifying dark matter accompanied by endless great, doubt divine laws rose and fell like the sea. During this time, there were also endless symbols that flickered. Boom! In the end, the dazzling sword light collided with the endless darkness. It was like heavenly lightning and earthly fire. The void was vast and boundless, filled with endless light and endless darkness. For a time, flowing light filled the sky, as if streams of stars were pouring down. The entire foreign realm was almost destroyed. Rumble! The world tree in the foreign realm seemed to have sensed something. Immediately, thick branches and pitch-black roots extended over, wanting to stabilize the entire world. But everything was useless. The roots and branches of the world tree extended over, and they were immediately shattered by the aftermath of the battle. Everything returned to its original state. The entire world was turned upside down. This person definitely won't let us go. Let's join hands and kill him. That's right. This person first fought with us for so long. Even we exhausted so much divine force. Later on, he even used an artifact above a mortal king level. I refuse to believe that he still has any divine force left. He is definitely bluffing. When the other immortal kings saw this, they all rushed over, fighting a crazy battle against Zhou Tong. Boom! The intense battle continued, both sides continuously clashing. In the end, the monster that Zhou Tong targeted at the beginning had its flesh blasted apart by a single palm from Zhou Tong. A large half of its monster body collapsed in the void, blood dyeing the starry river. Chong! Zhou Tong casually added a sword strike, piercing towards its head, piercing through its primordial spirit. The soaring sword pierced through this monster's soul light, completely extinguished by this sword. However, Zhou Tong's condition wasn't that good either. His body was also struck by the other Immortal King's attacks, his shoulder pierced through by an arrow. This was because his Tyrant Bell was currently suppressing the broken half Immortal Emperor artifact, Jade Rui, so it was difficult for him to display its might. He only had the soaring sword in his hand. Although the soaring sword was also a half Immortal Emperor artifact with unparalleled power, this sword was still not as smooth as his own Dao confirming artifact. Moreover, this sword consumed too much divine force, especially when he occasionally encountered fatal danger. He needed to expend even more power to deal with it. Kill. After killing another monster, Zhou Tong's fighting spirit became even stronger. He once again poured more than half of his divine force into the soaring sword, forcing back the monsters with a single sword strike. Then, he pounced towards the last Immortal King. Boom! Under this sword strike, the energy of heaven and earth boiled, the starry sky shook, and the void cracked. The entire foreign realm seemed to have been split apart by Zhou Tong's sword strike. Poof! In the end, this sword strike cut off the head of this Immortal King. For a moment, black blood splattered in all directions. This blood made Zhou Tong shudder. There's no mistake. The one who contaminated me last time was that guy. Zhou Tong's face turned cold. He already knew that the one who contaminated him last time was definitely the black blood in this Immortal King's body. Although it looked a little different, the dark matter that could give Zhou Tong such a feeling definitely came from the same source. This person was definitely sent by the Soul River, a cultivator who specialized in polluting the cultivation system. Collect. Zhou Tong didn't want to casually touch this kind of thing. Taking advantage of the fact that the other Immortal Kings and monsters hadn't recovered from the previous sword strike, he immediately took out a jade cauldron, sucked in all the black blood that filled the sky, and sealed it. He had to slowly study these things, preparing to find out some of the mysteries of the Dark Faction's pollution system. He had a feeling that the Dark Faction's understanding of various systems would be of great help to his path of Tao. Perhaps it could help him advance further. Chapter 1139. In the foreign realm, the battle was still continuing. This battle continued for more than half a year's time. The entire foreign realm was overturned, the world broken into more than 10 regions because of this battle. This realm's world tree was also seriously damaged, to the extent where it couldn't even control several universes. It could be said that the current foreign realm was just like the 9 heavens 10 earths during Immortal Ancient's last phase, gradually breaking apart. On the battlefield, a larger half of the 30 or so Immortal Kings who surrounded Zhou Tong before also fell. Only 7 great Immortal Kings left. Meanwhile, of these 7 remaining great Immortal Kings, 4 of them were monsters who came from Heaven and Earth Burial Pit. At the same time, the 10 Heavenly Passage Divine Ring, the spiritual essence of the 3 universes, continuously poured into Zhou Tong's body, replenishing his battle consumption. It was precisely because he had such a terrifying reserve base that, even after fighting for so long, the entire foreign realm collapsing, he was still full of energy, not showing any signs of exhaustion. This fella, his divine force still hasn't been exhausted. The expressions of the remaining Immortal Kings were all ugly to the extreme. Right now, their states were also extremely terrible. After continuously fighting for so long, most of the essence blood in their bodies had already flowed out. After fighting with their opponents to this extent, they were already like lamps that ran out of oil. They didn't have Zhou Tong's 10 Heavenly Passage Divine Ring, so the longer the battle continued, the more difficult it would be for them. This was especially the case when their own strength couldn't compare to Zhou Tong's. This made it so that when they clashed, they needed even more divine force to resist and recover. I refuse to accept this. One of the Immortal Kings roared out. Previously, they always wanted to exhaust this opponent to death. Even though they continuously fell along the way, they still carried a type of fluke mentality, always believing that this opponent was bluffing. However now, the ones who were exhausted to death were instead themselves. This opponent was too strange. His power was practically limitless, and there was no sign of it being exhausted at all. Right now, all of their blood and chi were dried up, but their opponent was still full of energy. This was definitely a desperate situation. Pooh! Zhou Tong's eyes were ice cold. He didn't show any hesitation, nor did he have any intention of holding back. With the soaring sword in hand, he hacked out, hacking apart this immortal king's head. Dazzling immortal king blood splashed outwards. The immortal king was still roaring. He was extremely unwilling and regretful. If he didn't attack when so many people were attacking him and directly escape from this realm, there wouldn't be such a situation. However, there are no ifs. As the second sword light flashed, the primordial spirit of this immortal king was cut open. At the same time, divine chains of order flew out from Zhou Tong's palm, locking up his primordial spirit and sealing it in a container. During this period of time, all the immortal kings that were killed by him, except for those whose bodies and souls were destroyed on the spot, were sealed by Zhou Tong. An immortal king's primordial spirit was a treasure. It contained the immortal king's treasure vault and also the immortal king's Tao and spells. Next, there was no suspense. The other immortal kings also wanted to fight to the death, but how could they stop Zhou Tong now? Han Long, the second immortal king, had his lower abdomen kicked by Zhou Tong, directly smashing his lower body to pieces. Then, Zhou Tong added another palm, smashing his upper body to pieces as well. In the end, he similarly used divine chains of order to seal this immortal king's primordial spirit. The third immortal king was still resisting stubbornly. Since he could become an immortal king, there was naturally no way he would allow himself to be captured without a fight. He fought bloodily to the end. However, all of this was useless. Now, Zhou Tong even put away the soaring sword. He smashed this immortal king's flesh with a powerful fist, and then he tapped open his head with a finger, suppressing his primordial spirit. Now, all of the four immortal kings had fallen. Only the four monsters from heaven and earth burial pit left. Just as Zhou Tong turned his head to look at those monsters, suddenly, Han Long, dazzling radiance erupted. Four spheres of light burned, and then collided intensely together. Waves of strange roaring sounds vaguely sounded, as if raging waves were beating against the shore, as if rocks were collapsing in the clouds. Absolutely horrifying. The void exploded. The entire foreign realm's great world that was originally already collapsing was about to explode. Those four monsters actually merged together, many of their body parts even melting. In the end, these monsters merged, becoming an unprecedented, brand new monster. No, instead of calling a monster, it was better to call a human. Even though it had 3 heads and a painful face in front of its chest, even though it had a pair of strange, wing-like hands covered in scales on its back, even though its lower body was a combination of a spider and a scorpion's upper body. However, compared to before, it really was closer to a human form. Not only was its body closer to a human form, more importantly, the Emperor energy within its body was even richer, to the extent where it was even a bit richer than Zhou Tong's own Emperor light. These monsters actually have this type of method. Zhou Tong was also a bit shocked. This monster really was unexpected. However, when he thought about it, there wasn't much of a problem. The monsters in Celestial Emperor Burial Pit were originally corpses activated by darkness matter and then raised by raising goo. They were originally pieced together from corpses, so being able to merge together now was also normal. The only thing that left Zhou Tong a bit surprised was that after these monsters merged, they actually became close to a human form. Could it be that the higher the strength of these monsters, the closer they are to a human form? They're infinitely close to a half-immortal emperor, which is why they have this type of form. If it is a true half-immortal emperor-level monster, wouldn't it be closer to a human form? Zhou Tong carefully looked at this monster, sizing it up, and then his eyes narrowed. He looked towards the monster's chest, the face with a painful expression. This was a somewhat familiar face. This face is a bit similar to the face of the celestial emperor corpse that I saw when I searched the monster's soul. Could it be that the celestial emperor burial pit is to recreate that celestial emperor? A strange thought suddenly appeared in Zhou Tong's mind. The corpses of half-immortal emperors, or even immortal emperors, were not something that just any living being could desecrate. Once a part of that living being's body was integrated, it was equivalent to being branded with an indelible brand. This kind of fusion of four monsters with a brand was equivalent to fusing the four brands in their bodies together. Naturally, the impact would be greater. Perhaps the Celestial Emperor burial pit was to transform the power of the dead Celestial Emperor into their own, or to create another Celestial Emperor. However, do you think that after the fusion, you can do anything to me? Zhou Tong sneered. If it was before this battle, it would really be difficult for him to fight against the fusion of 7 monsters at the beginning. But now, the 4 monsters were like oil lamps that had run out of oil. Even if they fused, the power they had was not enough. Fight! With a battle cry, Zhou Tong attacked once again, charging at the fused monster with great force. Chapter 1140. Kill. After the fusion, the monster's aura was peerlessly terrifying. It emitted extremely dense, rolling black clouds. That was the most terrifying power of darkness. At the same time, there were wisps of gray mist and white, baleful aura condensing on the surface of its body. Zhou Tong's eyes narrowed. Those substances were not only the black blood of this era, but also the gray mist of the Holy Ground era and the white fiend of the previous era. After the fusion, the monster's body contained countless of these strange things. All sorts of strange and ominous substances could be found on its body. Of course, the dark matter was the main component, and the other substances were supplementary. As the monster unleashed its full strength, the entire foreign realm collapsed at this moment. The foreign realm that had stood for countless epochs completely collapsed at this moment. The entire world shattered into more than 10 pieces. Non-immortals were definitely not allowed to communicate. Zhou Tong was also fighting the fusion monster. It had to be said that the monster's strength had indeed increased greatly after the fusion. Moreover, it was a qualitative change. After Zhou Tong put away the Tyrant Bell and the Soaring Sword, he actually could not take down the monster in a short period of time. However, the monster was ultimately an arrow at the end of its flight. After tens of thousands of attacks, the monster could not continue and retreated step by step. On the other hand, Zhou Tong became more and more courageous as he fought. He was incomparably domineering as he charged forward and fought with the monster. He continuously bombarded the monster with heavy blows, causing its body to tremble violently and crack open. "You've already lost. Surrender," Zhou Tong said. "Impossible. I'm going to drag you down with me." The monster began to fight with all its might. 2 of its 3 heads exploded. Then, the painful face on its chest instantly turned into a ray of light and shot into the sky. At this moment, the monster had already used a forbidden technique and did not hesitate to destroy 2 of its heads. Boom! This place was instantly turned upside down. Ripples of time spread out from the light that shot into the sky. Billions of strands of dark matter erupted. The power of time fused with the dark matter, forming a terrifying corrosive force that corroded time. Zhou Tong's entire body erupted with radiance. He brandished the divine chains of different systems, severing time and destroying the darkness. However, he was still injured in the end. His body cracked apart and almost exploded. Previously, when facing so many immortal kings working together, he had not suffered such serious injuries. But now, this monster's final counterattack had caused Zhou Tong to suffer such serious injuries. This is the product of the fusion of the power of time and the power of darkness. Could it be that the so-called Celestial Emperor achieved his Tao through time? Then, the power of time was corroded by the darkness, resulting in this move? Zhou Tong was astonished. Then, Immortal light circulated around his body, cleansing the years and purifying the darkness. He broke through the corrosive power of time and punched out. Boom! However, under this fist, it struck empty air. The terrifying fist force blasted another large hole in this ruined foreign world. Zhou Tong focused, and the light in his eyes shot through the clouds. After the martial Tao Heavenly Eye was evolved to its current level by Zhou Tong, it had long surpassed who knew how many times the past ancient chaos great emperor, reaching an inconceivable level. Right now, he could even see the void remnant images of the past, to the extent where he could occasionally see a corner of the future not far away. It ran, escaping into the great river of time. It wants to escape through the great river of time. Zhou Tong immediately found traces of that monster. Escaping is impossible. Zhou Tong's eyes were cold. With a wave of his hand, he similarly activated the great river of time, chasing after that monster. At the same time, within a fragment of the foreign realm, Yi Fan, without beginning, vicious, Green Emperor, and Divine Emperor, the five of them had already settled the battle. As an immortal king, the Divine Emperor had dealt with his opponents long ago. Although he was fighting one against two, as a peerless genius who could become a quasi-mortal emperor in the future, his battle prowess was far above the other immortal kings. He already had the style of Heavenly Emperor Huang when he defeated Ouching and the others by himself. Meanwhile, Yi Fan, without beginning, vicious, Green Emperor, and the others were all incomparably valiant, almost comparable to Heavenly Emperor Huang when he became a secular immortal, their fighting strength unmatched. None of those true immortals of the foreign realm could fight against them at all. Even if they surrounded them, it was still useless because there weren't enough of them. Zhou Tong's great battle with many immortal kings had long destroyed the foreign realm. The other true immortals far away weren't willing to take the risk to come to this fragment and fight against Yi Fan and the others. Right now, the great battle stopped. Yi Fan and the others were currently using immortal light to purify the remaining darkness matter in their bodies. Chi-Chi, streak after streak of immortal light cleansed their bodies. Strand after strand of pitch-black matter rose from their bodies, making them look a bit strange. After a few days, they finally cleansed their bodies of the darkness matter. What a strange darkness matter, Yi Fan couldn't help but say after cleansing himself of the darkness matter. It is indeed strange. I feel as if there is another voice calling out to me in my body, reviving. Taoist Zhou is right. This darkness matter can indeed make people change into another person unknowingly. Fortunately, we didn't get too deeply contaminated. If we were completely corroded by the darkness matter, I would no longer be myself, Heavenly Emperor without beginning said after a moment of silence. However, after this battle, we've gained a deeper understanding of dark matter. Yi Fan and the others nodded. Previously, they had only heard about the darkness matter from Zhou Tong. However, since it was just hearsay, they naturally didn't have a deep understanding of it. However, it was different now. Actually, have you guys noticed? Although the darkness matter is strange, it actually has the effect of nourishing the body. Its effects are even more powerful than divine medicine, Green Emperor said. If the darkness matter's effect on the primordial spirit can be removed, it can be considered a supreme treasure. That's true. Heavenly Emperor Ruthless nodded. She also felt it. After the darkness matter entered her body, it continuously stimulated her body. Moreover, a portion of its power was broken down and nourished her body, making her body more active. You guys better not think about it. Even I can't handle the darkness matter. Even Taoist Zhou Tong probably hasn't figured out yet. It's still too early for you guys to figure out how to use the darkness matter. You'll have to at least pass the Immortal King tribulation first. The Divine Emperor immediately poured a bucket of cold water on them. You're right. However, after this battle, I have a deeper understanding of my sixth secret realm. After returning, I'll go into seclusion for a period of time. I'll be able to perfect it very soon, Heavenly Emperor without beginning said with a smile. As the first person to discover his sixth secret realm, Heavenly Emperor, without beginning, saw his future clearly after this battle. Therefore, he was very confident that he could perfect his sixth secret realm. The sixth secret realm. Yifan was envious. He still couldn't find his sixth secret realm. Chapter 1141. Chaotic Ancient Era. Smoke rose from the great desert, the long river setting the round sun. This was a desert that stretched as far as the eye could see, bleak and ancient. In the distance, a blood-colored setting sun was incomparably massive, suppressing this desert, the scarlet-red radiance incomparably dazzling. The scenery here was crude and unrestrained. There were many flames burning on the desert, the flames of war ignited by cultivators who knew how many tens of thousands of years ago. There was also a long river that passed through the desert, flowing endlessly, never ending since the ancient times. If one looked carefully, they would discover that the river water wasn't ordinary water at all, but rather scarlet red, as if it was a river of blood. It was rumored that this river was a tributary of the Yellow Springs. The originally yellow water cup was dyed red by blood, not changing back even after countless years. Walala! The scarlet red river water surged, producing scarlet red splashes. Occasionally, there would even be some skeletons that appeared from the river water. These skeletons were of different colors, some spotlessly white like jade, some suffused with metallic luster, some pitch black like ink. No one knew how many skeletons there were here, just like how no one knew how many cultivators died here. It was to the extent where many of the skeletons still had immortal Tao energy swirling about, clearly the remains of true immortals. This was the greatest battlefield between the 9 heavens, 10 earths, and the other side. The two realms had already clashed for who knew how many millions of years, opposing each other since a mortal ancient great era, fighting all the way until now. There was no lack of immortal kings fighting a bloody battle here. It wasn't just the Blood River. There was also a large expanse of the desert, its surface also full of skeletons, to the extent where there was even a lot of sand formed after white bones turned into dust. A crazy gust of wind blew past. Large amounts of sand were blown out, revealing the immortal bones buried underground. Even after millions of years passed, there were still some immortal bones that released sparkling radiance, their auras undying. However, most of the bones here were ruined bones as well, difficult to distinguish what race they belonged to, what part they belonged to. On the desert, there would occasionally be a beautiful and bewitching flower, this type of flower growing in places with the strongest bloody smell. This was a hellflower. Once this flower matured, all those who hadn't achieved immortality, once they approached, would explode. Meanwhile, not far from the desert, there was an unimaginably massive city suppressing the rear. Although it was called a city, the size of a city had already exceeded the scope of a city. It was simply like a world of its own. When one walked in, one could see the scene of the creation of heaven and earth. Dense, chaotic mist lingered around. Other than that, there were also many stars orbiting around the city, as well as many galaxies. All of this made the city look magnificent. However, at this time, boom, an explosion sounded in the void. A heavenly spear flew out from the endless distance, tearing through the everlasting. Its power was vast and mighty, containing an aura that could destroy everything. In the desert, a silver blade of grass suddenly stretched its body. It looked like a very ordinary blade of grass, with only 9 blades of grass. However, as this blade of grass turned, a terrifying sword intent that could cut through the world vaguely surged. This stalk of grass was the 9-leaf sword grass True Fate that Zhou Tong had released for the first time. Buzz! In the next moment, 9-leaf sword grass True Fate's figure blurred as the power of time wrapped around it, making it even more hazy. The power of time has come again, and this time it's unprecedentedly rich. Zhou Tong sighed inwardly. As the first True Fate that Zhou Tong released, it had always been rooted here since the immortal ancient era. Moreover, Zhou Tong's strength was really too weak at that time. This nine-leaf sword grass, true fate, couldn't interfere with the slightest bit of history, to the extent where it couldn't even move. Of course, it didn't matter if it couldn't move, because nine-leaf sword grass was originally a 10,000-year-old residence, the type that didn't matter even if it stayed in the same place for millions of years. The nine-leaf sword grass in the last phase of the immortal ancient era was precisely because it had taken root in this place for countless years. It was unintentionally passed by several foreign immortal kings, and that was why it suffered such a tragedy. However, the most fatal thing was that its body was always wrapped in a strange power of time. This power of time not only made it difficult for it to move, it was as if others couldn't even see it. It was clearly a creature of this world, yet didn't seem to be affected by karma at all, not interfering with the world of mortals. It was simply as if it had transcended time, standing above it. That was why after countless years, it had always taken root here, witnessing the war between the foreign side and the 9 heavens 10 earths. He personally saw the 9 heavens 10 earths ancient people become powerful, triggering immortal tribulation in battle, turning into war immortals. He personally saw the foreign side Scarlet King kill an immortal king giant from the 9 heavens 10 earths, moreover refining it with the Scarlet King furnace. He even personally saw without end immortal king get beaten to death by the foreign side's immortal kings, ultimately being beaten to death by the foreign side's unmatched immortal king, Giant Wushang. He personally heard without end's bell sound, signifying the end of a mortal ancient great era. It could be said that he completely witnessed the rise and fall of the 9 heavens 10 earths and the foreign side, even more so saw the key figure in the foreign side's victory, Wushang. However, he was like an outsider, only able to watch, unable to interfere in the slightest. It was to the extent where even his own immortal ascension tribulation and immortal king tribulation couldn't interfere with the outside world. The power of time on his body was too rich. However, this type of feeling just now, the great river of time, seems to have changed a bit as well. Zhou Tong said inwardly. After countless years, he had always been wrapped around by the power of the world, so he naturally had an extremely deep comprehension towards time laws. Right now, he could vaguely sense that a type of great fluctuation appeared in the great river of time, simply as if there was a giant stirring up great waves in the great river. It seems like someone is taking action on the great river of time, moving history. This type of great power, it should be someone at the immortal emperor level at the very least. If my suspicions aren't wrong, perhaps this is precisely what the corpse immortal emperor did. He wants to move history, eliminate the young heavenly emperor Huang. Zhou Tong understood. In the future, the corpse immortal emperor couldn't kill heavenly emperor Huang, so he wanted to move the great river of time, move past history, move the people of the present world to kill heavenly emperor Huang. Even if it is an immortal emperor, they cannot interfere with time, nor can they take action to kill opponents from different time dimensions. At most, they can influence it a bit, guide the people of the present world to take action. If my suspicions aren't wrong, then perhaps now is the time for Amlin to knock on the door. Zhou Tong immediately understood what time it was right now. I seem to be able to move now. Suddenly, Zhou Tong's 9-leaf swordgrass moved. At the same time, his roots also seemed to rise from the ground. He felt as if he could move, as if he could leave this place. What is going on? I can move. Why? Is it because my true body is going to come to this era through the great river of time? Zhou Tong couldn't help but feel happy. After spending countless years in prison, he had long grown tired of it. Being able to leave was perfect. Chapter 1142. Ding dang. A clear bell sound suddenly sounded in the desert. This clear bell sound seemed to have suppressed the entire desert, to the extent where it even transmitted into Imperial Pass. Right now, regardless of how far they were, all of the creatures in Imperial Pass could see a terrifying scene. This was a war chariot slowly approaching from the other side. This was a war chariot that had experienced countless great battles. There are traces left behind by all types of weapons, arrow holes, sword scars, fist imprints. The war chariot's mottled surface recorded glorious great battles one after another. A true immortal-level old bull pulled this war chariot, slowly moving, about to cross over. This bull's body was massive to the extreme, its entire body covered in dark red hair. However, its back was golden, the two sky-reaching horns also golden and brilliant, as if they were refined from Tao Tribulation gold. That is, Anlin's war chariot. On Imperial Pass walls, a few people who recognized this war chariot sucked in cold air, their entire bodies becoming ice cold. That clear and melodious bell sound, in their eyes, was simply a death-hastening symbol. The 9 heavens 10 earth side couldn't even deal with the other side's undying beings, let alone an immortal king-level undying king. This was especially the case when it was an undying king whose name shook endless time like Anlin. Anlin really was too well known in the 9 heavens 10 earth side. In immortal ancient great era, he had surrounded and attacked the true dragon, continuously fighting without end, and 6 Tao reincarnations immortal king, surrounded and attacked immortal monk king, willow deity, and many other immortal kings. His reputation really was too great, his name shaking endless time, intimidating the world. What a pity, back then, our 9 heavens 10 earth's immortal kings were outnumbered, unable to fight him one-on-one. Otherwise, this person wouldn't have been able to live past this great era. An elder from Imperial Pass spoke, inwardly full of hatred. He knew many immortal king-level secrets. He knew that Anlin was at most at the peak of the immortal king level, far from without end, 6 Tao, reincarnations, willow deity, true dragon, these giants. If they really fought one-on-one, in immortal ancient great era, there were many who could defeat him. The great desert was boundless. The war chariot still on the other side of heaven abyss, but this scene was deeply engraved in everyone's eyes. The golden-backed barbaric bull was incomparably bold and powerful. Its entire body was wrapped in chaotic energy, pulling the ancient war chariot over. Its hooves landed on the great earth, as if it was trampling on the hearts of everyone in Imperial Pass. Above Imperial Pass, there were people roaring angrily, berating the other side. What happened to the blood oath? What happened to the promised peace? Back then, when they handed Shurhao over to the other side, they said that they established a blood oath, that the undying kings wouldn't take action. However, today, the oath clearly wasn't right. The oath was broken instead. However, Imperial Pass people were mercilessly mocked by the other side's undying beings. How could an immortal king make such an oath with a mortal? These words immediately made countless people's faces turn pale. However, Anlan still didn't say a word. He sat quietly on his chariot, urging the golden-backed bulls to pull the chariot forward. Finally, the golden-backed barbaric bull approached Heaven Abyss. Its advancing speed slowed down, and when it lifted its hooves, it felt a tremendous pressure, making it difficult for it to move. The so-called Heaven Abyss was an abyss between the foreign side and the 9 heavens 10 earths. However, this abyss didn't lead into the depths of the great earth, but rather the other way around, leading into the heavens. This heaven abyss was also the 9 heavens 10 earths' greatest barrier. It was a restriction that the 9 heavens 10 earths' immortal kings exhausted great effort to arrange. Even in the chaotic ancient times after Immortal Ancient, Heaven Abyss still displayed its effects. As long as there were undying beings from the other side who wanted to pass through, they would all be stopped. However, today, the ones who came were undying kings of the same level as immortal kings. Heaven Warping Battle, today is the day. At this time, a tragic and stirring roar sounded from above Heaven Abyss. This voice was incomparably aged, but it shook the 9 heavens. Then, a city appeared, floating in the sky, releasing endless light, suppressing downwards. That was the original Emperor's city, the true front line between the 9 heavens 10 earths and the other side, as well as Heaven Abyss controller. Now, the city shone, erupting with endless immortal light. There were immortal Tao symbols everywhere, shaking up the past, present, and future. Killing intent covered heaven and earth as it descended. Meanwhile, at this time, Amlan also finally took action. It was because he had no choice but to take action. These were immortal king-level natural laws. The golden-backed barbaric bull, pulling his chariot, couldn't resist at all. Amlan took action, raising it towards the sky. Hanlong. Immortal light erupted, primal chaos surging, exceptional killing intent erupting. However, it couldn't do anything to Enlan's palm. It was just a single hand, yet it supported the entire Emperor's city. No matter how the Emperor's city erupted with endless immortal light, it still couldn't do anything. When the creatures above Imperial Pass saw this scene, their faces all turned pale. Not even that legendary city could do anything to Enlan. Then did they even have a chance of being saved? If the city exists, then everyone exists. If the city dies, then everyone dies. A tragic and stirring roar sounded from above the original Emperor city again. They already went all out, carrying the corpses of their clansmen and brothers, burning them, releasing the last of their power, destroying indiscriminately. Hanlong. This was especially the case at the center of the city. There was even more so a streak of terrifying radiance that directly pierced towards the center of Heaven Abyss. Sure, how on Imperial Pass understood that this was the city's only king taking action. He dragged his withered body, transferring Heaven Abyss' most powerful natural laws to stop Enlan. Hanlong. In that instant, Heaven Abyss burned, all of the immortal energy in the sky turning into flames, turning into symbols, merging with Heaven Abyss. There were even more so streaks of immortal Tao natural laws that appeared. If God stood in their way, they would kill gods. If Buddhas stood in their way, they would kill Buddhas. When facing this type of power, Enlan didn't dare act carelessly either. 5 decrees appeared in succession behind him, carrying the aura of undying kings as they rushed into the heavens. Hanlong. In that instant, heaven and earth collapsed, ghosts wept, and deities howled. Those 5 decrees merged together, turning into 5 giant hands, supporting Heaven Abyss together with Enlan's hand. In that instant, streak after streak of radiance erupted from Heaven Abyss. The heavens were destroyed and then reformed. No one dared imagine what happened here, nor could anyone see the scene. That place was an expanse of primal chaos. Above Imperial Pass, there were people weeping, some roaring out, some even wishing to rush over without any regard for anything. However, all of this was useless. A streak of light rushed into the heavens, shaking heaven and earth. Everything seemed to have become a picture scroll, deeply engraved in everyone's hearts. Ding dang. However, soon afterwards, a clear bell sound rang out again. The golden-backed barbaric bull moved again. It moved its hooves, pulling the ancient war chariot forward, wishing to cross Heaven Abyss. Meanwhile, inside the war chariot, it was an expanse of primal chaos. One could only see a hand reaching out, supporting the original Emperor city. The people on Imperial Pass still wanted to struggle. They continuously produced the immortal subduing monument and first killing formation, but everything was useless. No power could shake Enlan. A group of ants. Enlan didn't say anything, but his bull instead began to mock them. Gotcha. However, soon afterwards, a wave of terrifying aura instantly descended. This bull's 4 limbs shattered, its entire body suddenly falling onto the ground, its entire body trembling. Do the 9 heavens, 10 earths still have immortal kings alive? Enlan's voice sounded from inside the war chariot. This was also the first time he spoke after coming out. Chapter 1143. The sudden immortal king aura covered heaven and earth, terrifying aura surging. Regardless of whether it was the 9 heavens, 10 earths, or the other side, at this moment, everyone stopped, staring blankly at the figure standing in front of Enlan. That was an indistinct figure, no one able to see his face clearly. There was extremely rich time force blocking him, as if there was a mist not even immortal kings could see through. However, everyone could sense the heaven-covering divine might, as well as the incomparably vicious aura. It was as if the one standing in front of them was already not a person, but rather a divine sword that could hack through the heavens. Moo! The golden-backed barbaric ox released a muffled, thunderous noise. It couldn't endure this type of vicious aura, feeling incomparably alarmed. When facing this figure, it felt as if it suffered the terrifying torture of 10,000 swords piercing through its body, to the extent where even its primordial spirit was about to be completely hacked apart by this aura. Pooh! Finally, the golden-backed, barbaric ox's body produced streaks of cracks, blood gushing out. When facing this incomparably vicious aura, the golden-backed barbaric ox's body finally couldn't hold on any longer, its body even feeling as if it was hacked by a sword. This scene was shocking to the extreme. This was but a bull that pulled Amlin's carriage, who dared take action against it. However, this expert whose entire body was surrounded by the power of time was completely unrestrained, directly releasing a terrifying aura, almost about to kill that golden-backed barbaric ox by 1,000 cuts. Poo-pee-you sounds rang out continuously. Cracks continued to spread one after another on its body, as if divine swords pierced through its body. In that instant, its entire body was covered in blood. One had to understand that this bull was still incomparably arrogant before, looking down on the 9 heavens 10 earths, but now it was actually paralyzed on the ground, shivering in fear to the extent where it even continuously mooed, as if it was crying out in grief. Everyone was shocked. This already wasn't just blocking the way, but rather an undisguised provocation. Even though they couldn't see his appearance clearly, that divine sword-like aura intimidated the undying King Amlin to this extent. One could see just how powerful and domineering he was. In the present world, who dared provoke undying kings? However, the one before them was completely fearless. On Imperial Pass city walls, many people were overwhelmed with emotions, really wishing they could be in his place, kick Amlin to the ground. Your entire body is surrounded by the power of time. It looks like you are in the same world as me, but we aren't in the same space-time. We are unable to exchange blows. Otherwise, the space-time behind you will undergo an unimaginable upheaval. Unland's tone was flat. His entire body was covered by the power of time. This was not something that had never happened in history. In fact, there were even some legends about it. Thus, Unlan could tell with a single glance that the person before him was not someone from this world. After seeing this, Unlan heaved a sigh of relief. He was still holding the original Imperial city with one hand. If they were to really go against an immortal king of the present age, they would definitely suffer a great loss. Behind Amlin, the group of foreign experts also clenched their fists, all of them holding their breaths. That was but their king. He was actually forced and provoked like this, yet he didn't even take action. Even though I don't know how you managed to cross through time and space to appear here, injuring my mount isn't a big deal. However, if you take another step forward, the world will be turned upside down. Unlan stared at the person covered by the power of time. Boom! At this time, Amlin's war chariot shone, primal chaos mist surging out, even more so brilliant radiance illuminating the entire world. Perhaps for the sake of adding a bit of power to his words, Amlin's true body walked out from the war chariot. Many people were dazzled by the resplendent divine light until they couldn't open their eyes. They could only vaguely see a humanoid creature walk out from the war chariot. He still held the original imperial city in one hand, while his other hand held an entirely golden spear. That spear was too dazzling, the golden radiance illuminating the past, present, and future. It was as if it had existed since the ancient times, existing eternally. On the 9 heavens 10 earth side, many people felt great hatred. It was precisely this spear that pierced through the heavenly horned ant, piercing through the 9 heavens 10 earth's immortal king. This was a vicious weapon that was known to the outside world. Right now, Amlin came out. His entire body carried brilliant brilliance, making it hard for others to look straight at him. The world will be turned upside down? I want to know just what kind of world will be turned upside down if I take action and kill you. Zhou Tong's nine-leaf sword grasp, Tranquil spoke. These words immediately shocked heaven and earth. On Imperial Pass, everyone from the 9 heavens 10 earths was extremely excited and stirred up. Just how domineering were these words? It was as if he didn't place the undying King Anlin in his eyes at all. Previously, that golden-backed barbaric bull was arrogant, but it relied on Anlin's name. Even though it made one angry, it definitely wouldn't make one feel admiration or worship. However, the one before them was different. Everyone could tell that these words came from the bottom of his heart, words of true confidence and power, coming from his own unmatched loftiness. Moreover, he immediately said that he was going to get rid of Anlin. Just how arrogant and domineering was this? On the other side, everyone was stupefied. The great army that originally prepared to attack together with Anlin couldn't help but be shocked, not daring to believe the words they heard. That person was too arrogant. You can come and give it a try. Even if I have Heaven Abyss on my back, need a hand to support the original Imperial City, I, Anlin, will still be unmatched in this world. Anlin smiled faintly. He was extremely confident, to the extent where he was arrogant. He believed that those who weren't from the same space-time definitely couldn't interfere with the present world. On the other side, that golden-backed barbaric bull backed up, even though it was suppressed by Zhou Tong's aura. As if it experienced 10,000 swords piercing through its body, it was still a true immortal-level existence in the end. Moreover, before, Zhou Tong's aura wasn't targeted at it, just a strand of aura's aftermath. That was why it was still alive, not suffering untreatable injuries. However, despite this being the case, when it flew backwards, its heart was still full of fear. This was the first time it truly faced the aura of an immortal king. Even in immortal ancient era, it was only used as a cart driver, not daring to face an immortal king at all. Ta! A series of calm footsteps sounded. Zhou Tong's 9-leaf sword grasped Tranquil moved. He actually really took a step towards Anlin. Hung long. And it was precisely this step that a terrifying aura that could make heaven and earth collapse instantly pierced through the clouds. The sun, moon, and stars in the sky above Heaven Abyss were all hacked down by this terrifying aura. Huge celestial bodies exploded one after another, turning into star remains that fell from the sky. Terrifying battle intent cut through the clouds, directly rushing towards Anlin. This lunatic. Anlin's expression changed greatly. Right now, he still had a hand supporting the original Imperial City. How was he supposed to fight? Previously, he was just posturing. Was he really going to support the original Imperial City and fight with an immortal king? How was that possible? Long, behind Anlin, a streak of light appeared. Shichuo came out, blocking in front of Anlin, resisting Zhou Tong's supreme battle intent. You really want to fight? Are you not scared that the sky will collapse and the earth will sink? That time will become chaotic? Perhaps everything in the future will no longer exist? Shichuo shouted, his eyes staring at Zhou Tong. Chapter 1144. Heaven collapsing and earth caving? The mysteries of time and space aren't something you can comprehend right now. Zhou Tong's voice was extremely calm, not affected by Shichuo's words at all. Back then, in the Battle of Immortal Ancient, without end, 6 Tao, reincarnations, and the others died before me. I was trapped by time, unable to take action, but today, time already cannot stop me. Do you know what this means? While Zhou Tong spoke, he took another step forward, his battle intent surging once more. How long? Endless light seeped out from Zhou Tong's body, as if the first streak of sword radiance that opened heaven and earth. It immediately tore through the void, severing time. Brilliance swirled about, divine radiance endless, intimidating the heavens above and earth below. At this moment, heaven and earth cried out, as if something in the void was cut down by the sword radiance. There is even more so a type of world destruction aura rumbling everywhere. What? You really can take action? Shuchuo and Amlin's expressions changed greatly, especially Amlin, who was supporting the original Emperor city. He even more so felt as if he was struck by a heavy hammer, taking half a step back. The scene before their eyes left the other side's great army in the great desert behind them endlessly shocked. Just what level of expert was this person? He didn't even take action, yet he made their ancient ancestor take half a step back. In that instant, the faith in their hearts seemed to have been challenged. The highest existence in their hearts, that brilliant body, seemed to have become much dimmer. What a terrifying sword Dao aura. There's no mistake, it's immortal Dao aura, the aura of an immortal Dao sword art. In Imperial Pass, many elders couldn't help but shed tears of excitement. Some of them seemed to have vaguely sensed something. It wasn't just those elders who were experienced and knowledgeable. Even Sure Hao couldn't help but reveal a hint of shock. He felt as if there was a type of sword intent within his body that wanted to resonate with this. That is the stalk of grass sword intent I obtained in the lower realm. Why is there this type of feeling? Could it be that that person also grasped this type of sword intent? Sure Hao was a bit moved. Perhaps today, he would be able to see what the complete sword art was like. Chong. Amlin took half a step back, and then his expression changed greatly, becoming furious, immediately taking action. He held the golden spear in one hand, thrusting it forward, directly aiming at Zhou Tong's chest. If you're not afraid, you can give a try. Unlan's cold voice rang out. However, on the other side, Shuchuo seemed to have thought of something. He snorted coldly and said, "So you are from that clan. I didn't expect that your bloodline hasn't been completely wiped out." Unlan's eyes narrowed. Not only was he moved, but he had already guessed the other party's identity. It's actually this bloodline? Back then, the four of us crossed the border at the same time and happened to meet each other on the way, so we killed them in passing. Looks like I wasn't ruthless enough back then, actually allowing his descendant to escape the calamity, instead following the passage of time to arrive here. And Lan's eyes were filled with killing intent that shot into the heavens. On Imperial Pass, many people were even more shocked, also guessing at many things. Senior, could it be that he's from a very famous clan? A junior asked the senior on the spot. That's on the 10 most ferocious beasts of our world. Although there are very few of them, all of them are peerless experts of the sword principle. An old senior immediately explained. As soon as they heard the words Vicious 10 and Sword Dao, there were immediately people who understood. Among the Vicious 10, there was a stalk of grass that had 9 leaves. Its leaves were like swords. When the 9 leaves moved, heaven and earth would overturn, sword energy filling the sky, hacking through the void, unmatched under the sky. However, this clan always kept a low profile, also the most mysterious of the Vicious 10. Even in immortal ancient great era, no one knew just how powerful this clan was. During the great battle of Immortal Ancient, it just happened to take root in the path of the 4 undying kings. With no choice, they could only fight a bloody battle. No one knew the result of this battle, but they only knew that the sword energy tore apart a sea of stars, cutting open the great cosmos. However, afterwards it never appeared again. Retreat! Amlin roared out again, ordering the million great army behind him. His expression was grave to the extreme. Even if the Vicious 10 were at the half-immortal king level, they were still enough to fight against him, let alone the fact that he was actually facing an immortal king Vicious 10. On the side, Shuchuo's expression was also heavy. When he saw this stalk of 9-leaf swordgrass, he couldn't help but recall the battle in Immortal Ancient. Their world's immortal king, Giant Scarlet King, led a group of immortal kings to attack the immortal king Vicious 10, True Dragon. However, in that battle, even his own weapon was destroyed. Moo! The golden-backed barbaric bull that had already fled in defeat before was even more so scared until its face turned pale. The golden bull turned into a white bull, shivering all over, running crazily. The foreign great army, even further out, was in chaos, all of them backing up. Right now, Anlin and Shichuo also released their own auras, protecting the experts of the various clans behind them. They were scared that this mysterious nine-leaf sword grass would suddenly attack. However, Zhou Tong never planned on taking action against those people to begin with. It was because he understood clearly that once he took action, there was a high chance that the time force that finally didn't interfere with him would attack again. He calmly watched as the foreign great army withdrew. Only when they more or less withdrew did he say in an unhurried manner, "Have you all finished your preparations?" Unbridled, Shichuo roared out. This opponent didn't seem to put the two of them in his eyes at all, actually allowing them to withdraw from the battlefield. It's just a nine-leaf sword grass. It's not like we haven't killed it before. Anlin also snorted coldly. Anlin's strength wasn't all that great, but he had never lost in words before. Just a nine-leaf sword grass? Zhou Tong suddenly laughed loudly, then took another step forward, his aura rising sharply once again. That aura was too fierce, so much so that even the time force couldn't hide his piercing gaze. It was as if it was no longer a gaze, but an immortal sword, making it impossible for others to look directly at it. The runes on the surface of his body flowed, as if they were going to cut through the universe. Remember, nine-leaf sword grass has the strongest attack. Along with this voice, Zhou Tong really made his move. He only raised his hand, and in an instant, boom! As if the heavens and earth were falling apart, a thick divine radiance rushed into the heavens. The desert sank and the sky split open. The cracks crisscrossed like sword scars. This simple wave of his hand was even more terrifying than a peerless, immortal sword. Then, the endless divine light turned into a divine sword, life's end. The power of this sword was simply unimaginable. It was as if it was destroying the world, cutting down all immortals and demons in the world. At this moment, the sword edge cut through the rules of the heavens, cut through the patterns of the great Tao, and slashed horizontally with unstoppable force. Roar! In an instant, an extremely terrifying roar came from the void. That was Shichuo's power. He also immediately made his move. A large hand slapped toward the sword chi, and the surrounding chaos surged. Countless great stars in the void couldn't withstand this kind of fluctuation and exploded one after another, emitting extremely dazzling light. This scene was simply like the end of the world. Looking from afar, great stars cracked one after another. It was too terrifying. Chapter 1145. The sword edge was chilly, exceptionally sharp, possessing a type of heaven-destroying, earth-terrifying aura. Meanwhile, on the other side, Shichuo's palm erupted with ocean-like fluctuations, divine radiance even more so, immediately drowning out the sky. Both sides took action, terrifying to the extreme, making one's soul tremble. On this desert, countless creatures and great armies all fell weak on the ground with putong sounds, trembling in fear. Everyone sensed that unmatched pressure. Even though they backed up far enough, they still felt as if they were going to explode. In the distant Imperial Pass, countless formation restrictions were even more so activated. These were all things the 9 heavens 10 earths spent millions of years to imitate immortal ancient era's immortal kings and true immortal restrictions. That was why they didn't directly face the immortal king's divine might at close range. Chong. However, the true sword edge and great hand's collision wasn't as intense as everyone imagined. The sword radiance was resplendent, tearing apart the void, hacking through the everlasting. Pooh! Blood radiance flickered. Shichuo's arm that reached out was immediately hacked off by the sword radiance. The severed arm moved about, the true blood still full of vitality, but it was hacked apart by the following sword radiance, instantly turning into paste. Honglong! In that instant, heaven and earth split apart. Shichuo's arm that was hacked into paste immediately exploded, releasing terrifying fluctuations. The aura covered heaven and earth, shattering the heavens. That place became hazy, primal chaos everywhere. Then, Zhou arm moved. That streak of sword radiance suddenly changed directions, becoming like a divine rainbow from beyond the heavens, directly aiming at Anlin. This movement was extremely fast. Before the radiance from Shichuo's arm scattered, the strike already arrived. "You dare!" Anlin roared out. His entire body was covered in symbols, erupting with a type of terrifying divine force that crushed the heavens above and earth below. The unmatched power of an undying king completely erupted at this moment. Then, he faced this attack with the golden spear in his hands, facing the sword radiance. Then, sparks flew in all directions, terrifying divine radiance filling the sky. The golden spear erupted with radiance that was even more resplendent than the stars and moons of the heavens gathered together, the aura erupting, powerful to the extreme. Wonglong, the 5 decrees in the sky shone at the same time, scattering down endless rain of light, wishing to eliminate Zhou Tong's sword radiance, help Anlin resist. Poof! Terrifying divine radiance spread. A group of people in the distant foreign army immediately exploded in midair, directly destroyed by the sword radiance and spear's collision. After the light dissipated, everyone woke up from their trembling state. That is, how is this possible? Everyone was incomparably shocked. They looked at Anlin's golden spear on Shichuo's body. They discovered that one of Shichuo's arms was already broken, and Anlin's golden spear also had a hole in it. With just one move, the immortal king's indestructible body was actually broken, and even his weapon was damaged. How terrifying was that? The foreign cultivators were all indescribably shocked. Everyone's eyes widened. Although it was only a single collision, the result was unacceptable. Ancient ancestor Shichuo is invincible in the present age. How could he be injured? Great ancestor Anlin's weapon is invincible, yet it actually collapsed? The group of people was stunned. This was a fact that they could not accept. The faith in their hearts was on the verge of collapsing. At this moment, the foreign clan's experts were all shaken, great waves crashing into the heavens in their hearts, all of them feeling a chill run down their spines. On Imperial Pass side, countless cultivators were even more shocked, but even more excited. Many people couldn't help but roar out, their emotions difficult to describe with words. Well fought. Kill them. Can Anlin and Shichuo really be killed this time? A few elders' bodies were even shaking. They weren't scared, but rather excited. Being able to see the blood of foreign, undying kings, they already felt like their lives weren't in vain. Anlin and Shichuo were both one of the greatest dark hands behind immortal ancient great era's destruction of the 9 heavens 10 earths. Their hands died, and who knew how much blood? The deaths of many immortal kings on the 9 heavens 10 earth side were related to him. The 9 heavens 10 earth's people hated him to the extreme. However, on the other side, Shichuo didn't say anything. His expression became more and more ice-cold. His entire body surrounded by primal chaos, incomparably hazy. His expression couldn't be seen clearly, but the wave of killing intent vaguely released was enough to intimidate all creatures in this world. Anlin, who stood in front of Shichuo, didn't say anything either, but his expression changed greatly. This stalk of 9-leaf sword grass strength was simply unimaginable, vaguely giving off a feeling similar to when he faced the 9 heavens 10 earth's true dragon. It was to the extent where that type of incomparably domineering aura was even greater than that true dragon's pressure. 9-leaf swordgrass was after all the most powerful, most vicious of the vicious 10. However, after this strike, what left Anlin and Shichuo shocked was that this opponent actually didn't chase after them, instead calmly standing in place. However, they could clearly sense that the power of time on this person's body became much richer. When he thought of this, Anlin said, "Turns out you only had the strength for a single strike. That strike condensed all of your strength, and that is why it has this type of power. In the end, you aren't someone of our age. This strike is already the limit. You are lying to yourselves. That was just a casual strike for me. Even the two of you want to raise your status before me? Nothing more than two pieces of trash." Zhou Tong sneered. He immediately became silent for a moment, and then said, "Is there enough strength for a single strike? There is no harm in you two giving another try? Dao friend, there is no need to be like this. You aren't someone of our space-time. Cutting off one of Shichuo's arms is already enough. If you continue to attack, I fear that it will be unfavorable for Dao friend." Right at this time, a voice suddenly entered Zhou Tong's mind. This was the last remaining king of the original Emperor city who transmitted sound to him. Right now, he was also preparing to ignite his life force. "There is no rush. I indeed cannot continue to attack Anlin and Shichuo. What they said is correct. That strike of mine was already the limit. However, that type of limit is only for those two." Zhou Tong also transmitted sound back. "Are you saying that there are still undying kings watching this place?" The voice of one of Desolate Border's 7 kings in the original Emperor city clearly became much more vigilant. "Those two pieces of trash are nothing more than pawns. The one who is truly going to take action is Wu Shang." When Zhou Tong transmitted sound, his eyes already passed Anlin and Shichuo, gazing in the direction of the other side. His aura was fierce to the extreme, as if an unmatched divine sword was unsheathed, oppressive to the extreme. This was especially the case when the radiance in his eyes even more so erupted, his gaze as if piercing through the void, seeing the scene inside the other side. Zhou Tong saw a giant magical projection that towered between heaven and earth. That was a tall figure, the aura around his entire body, terrifying to the extreme. In his hands was a bronze great halberd, his divine might matchless. This was especially the case when Zhou Tong's gaze pierced through the realm wall. This person seemed to have sensed something, immediately turning around to look at Zhou Tong, and then walked over. Chapter 1146. On the other side, Wu Shang revived. He was currently walking towards the two-realm battlefield, his divine might matchless. Meanwhile, Zhou Tong also quietly stood there, waiting for Wu Shang's arrival. Meanwhile, during this process, Zhou Tong turned around, giving Imperial Pass a look. His entire body was wrapped in the mist of time, no one able to see his movements clearly. Even someone like Meng Tianzheng couldn't see through him. However, Sure Hao vaguely sensed something. He was looking at him. He still has Emperor blood on him. Sure Hao still has that drop of immortal Emperor-level blood that belongs to him in the future. A hint of shock appeared in Zhou Tong's mind. During the battle between the future Heavenly Emperor Huang and Corpse Immortal Emperor, before Heavenly Emperor Huang could completely stand at the Immortal Emperor realm, he was blasted apart. His blood scattered along the great river of time to various space-time. Meanwhile, according to the original process, it should be after Yi Fan entered the great river of time, he coincidentally encountered a drop of Emperor blood, and then he brought this drop of Emperor blood out of the great river of time. Moreover, it just happened to be obtained by the young Heavenly Emperor Huang himself. My existence doesn't seem to have affected Heavenly Emperor Huang from obtaining this drop of Emperor blood. Could it be that it is because the later me also came to the great river of time, affecting that drop of blood? Zhou Tong was a bit hesitant, speculating. Even though it was just a guess, Zhou Tong still had great confidence. It was because he already sensed the changes in the great river of time. An aura he was extremely familiar with was currently approaching. However, I finally understood a few things. No wonder Shichuo and Anlin appeared here together. No wonder Wu Shang had such a murderous appearance. A hint of understanding appeared in Zhou Tong's mind. No wonder he could struggle free from the power of time, able to take action here. Originally, nothing could be changed. His arrival instead added countless variables to the past, but all of these variables were offset. Even though he injured Anlin and Shichuo, this type of injury wasn't serious. They could easily recover. Meanwhile, his own existence attracted Wu Shang. Originally, Wu Shang shouldn't have continued after releasing a single strike, but now, Wu Shang seemed like he was going to go all out. Fate, is unpredictable, but the past cannot be changed. Zhou Tong sighed in his heart. Even if he had a treasure like the reincarnation mirror, he still couldn't change the general trend of the past in the end. At this moment, Zhou Tong also thought of the corpse immortal emperor. The corpse immortal emperor used the great river of time to take action against the young heavenly emperor Huang, but he could only push on the foreign sides Anlin and the others to attack the 9 heavens 10 earths. However, on the other hand, time-space karma had long reacted to the corpse immortal emperor's actions, precisely because of the drop of emperor blood in heavenly emperor Huang's hands. Fine, it's enough to fight Wushang. Zhou Tong calmed himself down and started accumulating his divine power and fighting spirit, preparing to fight Wushang. Without death, this was a well-known, matchless king from the other side. There were just too many legends related to him. It was because without death was too powerful and also too ancient, its history comparable to the history of an entire foreign realm. He had experienced more than a single great era. His magical force was matchless, unrivaled under the heavens. He was known to be unrivaled under the heavens. In Immortal Ancient's last phase battle, it was precisely because of without death's appearance that the balance was broken. Zhou Tong's 9-leaf sword Grashtru will personally saw without death appear on the battlefield, delivering the most crucial fatal blow to 6 Dao Reincarnation's immortal king, also personally seeing him seriously injure without end immortal king. The battle between the 9 heavens and the other side, because of his appearance, quickly changed. The people of the world only knew that he was an ice-cold and ruthless slaughterer, but Zhou Tong knew that he was more like a true warrior. Even when facing heavenly Emperor Huang, who was already a half-immortal emperor, he still dared to stand out and cover the retreat for the other immortal kings. He really could be considered incomparably valiant and fierce. Without death's true secret methods were too astonishing and domineering, truly matchless. Divine ability immunity, impervious to all methods. This was without death's greatest strength. He was the most powerful shield of the other side, almost innately undefeatable when facing others, no one able to contend against him. His impervious to all methods was even more terrifying than the true dragon method's impervious to all methods after it was cultivated to the extreme. It was to the extent where even heavenly Emperor Huang, who was already a half-immortal emperor, used 2 moves to kill him. Long. Finally, a wave of without death's aura transmitted over from the other side. Even though they were separated by heaven abyss, even though they were separated by imperial pass restrictions, it still made everyone's hearts tremble to the extent where even their souls were trembling. That aura was domineering to the extreme, oppressing heaven and earth to the extent where even 10,000 Dao was crying out. A wave of murderous pressure surrounded everyone's hearts, making them feel as if there was a sea of blade radiance floating above their heads. What is this? There were people in Imperial Pass who were horrified. This aura was too terrifying to the extent where not even Amlin and Shichuo could compare to it. It was simply like an exceptional overlord descending, his aura matchless, shaking up the 2 realms. One could vaguely see a scene appear before everyone's eyes. That was a tall and sturdy figure, his expression domineering. In his hands was a great bronze halberd, walking over just like that. Ta-ta! His steps were steady. The ground began to tremble, the void also trembling. The sky, great earth, and 2 realms all began to resonate with his steps, becoming one with the pulse of heaven and earth. I know, he is that person, the legendary matchless expert. It's him, it's actually him. Someone thought of something, his voice even trembling. He knew who the one who came was. This was the one who previously brought the greatest damage to the 9 heavens 10 earths, as well as a name that left countless cultivators in fear. A few older supreme beings' faces even more so became pale. Even when facing Amlin and Shichuo's auras, they still didn't lose color like this. However, without death did this. Ha ha ha. During Immortal Ancient's battle, I wasn't able to fight against your clan. It truly is regretful. Today, another stalk of 9-leaf sword grass has appeared in this world. So I will deal with you. Without Death's body hadn't arrived yet, but that unmatched aura and world-shocking killing intent already passed through Heaven Abyss, arriving on the battlefield. Rumor has it that you are immune to divine abilities. I want to see just how you are immune to my attacks. Zhou Tong's expression didn't change, confronting without death head-on. When these words were spoken, the two realms both became quiet. Even Anlin and Shichuo, who were facing Zhou Tong, didn't dare utter a sound. They could clearly sense the confidence and sharpness contained within Zhou Tong's calm voice. Even when facing without death, it was still like this. Dao friend, be careful. The immortal king above the original Emperor's city transmitted sound. In reality, he was also looking forward to this battle a bit. One was the vicious Ten's #1 offensive 9-leaf swordgrass. The other was Wu Death, whose reputation shook the world through all of time. One of them was #1 in offense, the other #1 in defense. When they fought, it would definitely be the most powerful clash between spear and shield. Chapter 1147. Honglong. Wu Shang finally arrived. His killing intent was like a flood breaking through a dam, stellar streams exploding, quickly rushing over. The void split in all directions, directly throwing himself at Zhou Tong and Imperial Pass side. Strand after strand of silver sword energy flowed out from all of Zhou Tong's pores, rushing into the sky, severing all auras, making Imperial Pass behind him become peaceful again. Exceptional killing intent surged, the void even splitting apart, the great river of time even producing great waves. The two didn't truly take action, but that terrifying aura was already enough to make everyone shiver inwardly. Even Anlin and Shichuo were no exception. Kill! Wu Shang released an explosive roar, possessing a world-devouring aura. The sun, moon, and stars moved with him, the great river of time rising and falling because of him, terrifying to the extreme. It was just a single-person charge, yet it was as if an entire world smashed over. He brandished the great halberd in his hands, hacking down in a simple manner just like that. Zhou Tong also moved. His entire body released sword energy, surging with dazzling, immortal light. Sword energy swept out in all directions, sword radiance spreading, covering heaven and earth as it descended, not leaving any room for leeway. In that instant, sword radiance shone endlessly, killing intent overflowing into the heavens. The silver sword energy was like great ocean waves, submerging the great halberd, continuously attacking. Clang, clang, clang. In that instant, sparks flew in all directions from the great bronze halberd, suffering incomparably terrifying attacks, releasing kung-chong noises. This was especially the case in this great bronze halberd surroundings, the void collapsing, the cosmos being cut apart, primal chaos mist appearing, as if heaven and earth were being opened. However, that great bronze halberd wasn't like Amlin's weapon before, torn apart by Zhou Tong's sword energy. It released radiance, divine ability, immunity, power spreading, blasting back the sword sea. That halberd blade released boundless and immeasurable power, engulfing heaven and earth like crazy waves, surging, shaking up the world. It continued to hack towards Zhou Tong. Divine ability, immunity. Zhou Tong's eyes were cold, battle, intense, surging. He slowly raised his hand, turning his palm into a sword, suddenly slapping outwards. When this sword appeared, the universe lost color, opening heaven and earth, making the heavens before him collapse and earth cave in. In the end, this sword palm suddenly struck down on the great bronze halberd. Clang! A clanging sound rang through the two worlds. The ripples produced by the collision of the sword and halberd made the void rumble endlessly. This world exploded with a loud bang, experiencing a great collapse. Crack! With a soft sound, cracks appeared on Wu Shang's bronze halberd. There were even strands of silver sword chi that escaped from the cracks. Zhou Tong's 9-leaf sword grasp, True Fate, was many times more terrifying than the sword energy. Even Wu Shan's weapon couldn't withstand it, and cracks appeared on it. On the other side, Amlin and Shichuo's expressions suddenly changed greatly. Even the weapon of Wu Shang, who displayed magical immunity, was blasted apart. This attack power was frightening. 9-leaf sword grass temper material into swords. As expected, his physical body is even stronger than our celestial king tools. Shichuo's entire body was glowing. He spoke as he healed his injuries. Back then, the 9-leaf sword grass that wasn't even a king had a physical body comparable to an immortal king's sword. It's normal for him to have such a physical body. However, Wu Shang's strongest point is still his physical body. Anlin said coldly. Zhou Tong's 9-leaf sword grass, True Fate, had never been refined into a weapon. Firstly, it was because he had always been trapped here for countless years, unable to move, unable to find immortal gold materials. Secondly, as a vicious 10 like 9-leaf swordgrass, the best weapon was actually his own body. By tempering his own body into a sword, his physical body surpassed immortal king tools. Good, what a 9-leaf swordgrass. Come and fight, I'll destroy you. Wu Shang withdrew his weapon. Light swirled about, bronze radiance flowing about the great halberd. He extracted essence, gold energy from heaven and earth, from the void, quickly repairing the weapon. Then, he suddenly looked towards Zhou Tong. The radiance in his eyes was terrifyingly bright, simply like two suns, breathtaking and arrogant. He was extremely arrogant and domineering, and also extremely wild. However, only he had the qualifications to speak these words. Wu Shang's reputation was forged through slaughter during these few great eras. Even among immortal king giants, he was one of the most powerful. I'll kill you, Zhou Tong replied. His voice was cold, like the clanging of millions of immortal swords. Boom! Wu Shang had an intimidating boldness, like a demon king. He held the bronze halberd in one hand and pointed it directly at Zhou Tong, crushing the sky as he charged over. Kill! Zhou Tong also roared, and his entire body moved. Sword chi flowed all over his body, and the sky was filled with whistling sword light. His body instantly turned into light, and disappeared on the spot. That was extreme speed unique to 9-leaf swordgrass. 9-leaf swordgrass itself was a divine sword, and with a single step, sword light would pierce out. This was a peerless battle. 9-leaf swordgrass, True Fate, and Wu Shang were tit for tat. Sword light and halberd blade collided. Fist and sword palm collided. Boom! Heaven and earth trembled, and the universe collapsed. Divine light clashed between the two of them, crossing two worlds. Killing intent overflowed into the heavens, engulfing all directions. Sword light flew out, sweeping through the 9 netherworlds and yellow springs. There was even more chaotic energy that pervaded the air, battle intent rushing into the heavens. This was an unimaginably great collision. Regardless of whether it was Imperial Pass or the other side, everyone shivered inwardly, their bodies going ice cold. This was a battle between the most powerful immortal king giants, leaving everyone shocked. Clang, clang, clang. Sword light trembled. The bronze halberd in Zhou Tong's palm collided millions of times in that instant, the speed so fast that even Amlin and Shichuo couldn't react in time. The two of them couldn't keep up with this type of speed at all. They knew that if they fought against either of these two, they would be seriously injured within 3 moves. This was the most extreme battle between heaven and earth, almost reaching the peak of Immortal King realm. Sword and halberd collided, the radiance illuminating the two worlds. Even the sparks produced from the collision were enough to make the sun, moon, and stars dim. Impervious to all methods, divine abilities, and sword energy are all trash. Wu Shang roared out crazily, his entire body surging with resplendent divine light. He raised his magical force immunity to the extreme. It was because he already sensed that this opponent was too unordinary. The other party's palm was even more terrifying than exceptional divine swords. It was to the extent where under the continuous collisions, he even felt a trace of sword energy that could cut through all things extend into his body. His entire body erupted with endless radiance. Wu Shang carried endless divine force, carrying energy fluctuations that were as boundless as a sea as he rushed murderously at Zhou Tong. His magical force immunity was already raised to the extreme, which was why he didn't defend in the slightest. He attacked powerfully, every strike enough to pierce through a great world. What you say doesn't count. Zhou Tong released a cold shout. The symbols on the surface of his body swirled, and then they suddenly condensed on his palms. His palms were like swords, similarly smashing towards Wu Shang. He didn't defend in the slightest either. The nine-leaf sword grasp didn't need defense either. For this clan, offense was the best defense. He brandished his arms, facing Wu Shang's attacks powerfully, not backing down an inch. Hung long. The two of them didn't know how many moves they exchanged in the void. A terrifying light erupted between the two of them, sweeping through the heavens and the earth. Every collision was like the collision of a galaxy. Light soared into the sky, and destructive power swept through heaven and earth. It was extremely terrifying. Chapter 1148. Zhou Tong and Wu Shang collided. Sword chi cut through the galaxy, and chaos surged like a tide. After the light dissipated, Zhou Tong stood in the air. His silver hair danced in the wind like a divine sword, cutting through the void. Sword chi surged all over his body, and there was a wave as vast as the ocean. However, silver blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Nine-leaf sword grass's strength lay in its attack, not its defense. After thousands of consecutive collisions, his body was cracked open. At the same time, there was a huge wound on his abdomen. It was the place where Wu Shang's bronze halberd had cut him. On the other side, Wu Shang was not unscathed. The bronze halberd in his hand was already full of cracks. Especially on the halberd's blade, there were a few notches from Zhou Tong's palm. Moreover, the web between Wu Shang's thumb and index finger had split open, and blood was flowing out. Zhou Tong's attack was too fierce. Even if he was immune to magic power, the power of such a terrifying attack was enough to injure him. More importantly, Wu Shang's left shoulder was cut off by Zhou Tong's palm sword. There were also a few deep claw marks on his face, which were scratched open by Zhou Tong's sword claws. Wu Shang, who was immune to magic power and claimed to have the best defense, was still broken by nine-leaf sword grass in the end. Good, 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 Wu Shang shouted. His hair was disheveled, and his entire body carried a shocking demonic nature. He suddenly looked at Zhou Tong, and the battle intent in his eyes surged. Back then, whether it was no end or the 6 paths of reincarnation, they couldn't make me bleed. In terms of attack, I, Wu Shang, am willing to call you the strongest among all the kings who have fought with me. Again, Wu Shang roared and once again rushed over with a bronze halberd in one hand. At the same time, his left hand formed a fist seal and suddenly waved it. All kinds of flowing lights danced around him, and his entire body turned into a hurricane. There were endless great Tao symbols around him, and the true blood in his body had long been boiling. Zhou Tong was fearless. His left hand cut horizontally and collided with the bronze halberd. Sparks filled the sky, and the halberd almost broke. At the same time, he clenched his right hand into a fist, which emitted a blazing light. His fist was like a sword, and there was even a faint, terrifying aura of Tao birth. The fist sword glowed and emitted a boundless sword light. It was like a dazzling galaxy, causing everything in the world to lose their color. Boom! The two fists collided. In an instant, it was terrifying to the extreme. It was like the creation of the heavens and earth, the birth of primordial chaos, the rotation of the heavens and earth. Everything was within the collision of this fist. Poof! In the next moment, Wu Shang's body split open and blood splattered everywhere. Then he quickly retreated. The collision this time, Wu Shang immediately suffered a huge loss. There was a look of disbelief on his face as he stared at Zhou Tong. 3 great sword techniques. You actually have 3 great sword arts at the same time, and you've even perfectly fused them together? Zhou Tong's 9-leaf sword grasp, True Fate, arrived in this era a bit early, long before the great battle between the 9 heavens, 10 earths, and the other side. He had already become an immortal king. In the following years, he had always been researching the grass symbol sword art, chaos calming art, and immortal tribulation sword art, the fusion and connection of these 3 great sword arts. Among the 3 great sword arts, the grass symbol sword art focused on the material aspect, the chaos calming art focused on the primordial spirit, while the immortal tribulation sword art focused on sword intent. These 3 great sword arts all reached the pinnacle of their respective domains. After fusing together, they even reached the pinnacle of offensive power. Now that they were displayed, they were immediately unstoppable, able to kill gods and Buddhas in their way. Even Wu Shang's magical force immunity couldn't completely block this level of attack. Perfect fusion? No, it's still a bit lacking, but it's enough to kill you. Zhou Tong's eyes were like swords, staring at Wu Shang on the other side. Kill. When the 3 great sword arts merged together, the sun and moon immediately lost radiance, heaven and earth becoming a boundless expanse. There was extreme sword energy everywhere, simply nothing able to stop it. Honglong. Wu Shang's expression changed. This was the first time he became this serious. His body surged with endless divine light, the power of his magical force immunity activated to the extreme. At the same time, he raised the great bronze halberd, hacking outwards, using unmatched magical force. This scene was terrifying to the extreme. It was as if a demon god was destroying the world. Honglong. Nothing could be seen at the scene. The vast world was filled with light, but it was all light. It burned like flames and exploded like thunder. All the light and flames, thunder and light were runes of the great Tao. In the next moment, Zhou Tong and Wu Shang were both sent flying, both of them covered in blood. Wu Shang's chest was pierced through by Zhou Tong, and sword energy surged from the big hole. At the same time, his neck was also cut in half by Zhou Tong's sword light, almost cutting his head off. On the other side, Zhou Tong was also severely injured. His abdomen was cut open by half of the great bronze halberd, and his entire body was almost cut in half. At the same time, a big hole appeared in his chest. Wu Shang also knew that this opponent had fused the 3 great sword arts. His magical force immunity couldn't completely block the opponent's attack, so he was completely using the method of mutual destruction. He used his body to withstand the opponent's strongest attack, and then attacked the opponent. He believed that the opponent's defense was definitely not as good as his. Boom! In the next moment, the light in the center of the two dissipated, and then the world was torn apart, and a huge crack appeared. The battle between Zhou Tong and Wu Shang was too fierce. It was like a needle against an awl, and even the supreme rules and chaos were torn apart. It was enough to shock the past, present, and future. Whoosh! With a soft sound, a beam of immortal light appeared, and it became more and more brilliant. Then a huge river gushed out. This power was too strong, and it even caused the void and the great Tao to become chaotic. Everything in the world became unstable. Time and space were torn apart. And Lan and Shichuo, the only ones who could see the battle clearly, exclaimed. This kind of battle was too terrifying. The order of heaven and earth was unstable, and both worlds were shaking. Now, even the long river of time was created. It actually tore apart time and space and created the long river of time. It seems that this 9-leaf swordgrass did it. The power of time on his body is much stronger. Shichuo's expression was serious. This 9-leaf swordgrass was a bit too strong, and most importantly, its identity was too mysterious. Even now, they didn't know what this nine-leaf sword grass looked like. The power of time on his body was enough to hide all information about him. Boom! In the next moment, a terrifying aura shook the world, and it came out along the time crack created by Zhou Tong and Wu Shang's battle. A monster emitting a pitch-black aura suddenly jumped out. All of this was too sudden, causing everyone to be stunned. What was this monster? This aura was too terrifying, and it shook both worlds. No one thought that such a monster would appear in this peerless battle. It crossed the long river of time and flew out from here, and it just happened to separate nine-leaf sword grass and Wushang. Chapter 1149. A terrifying monster jumped out from the great river of time. The great battle tore apart time and space. A monster jumping out from the great river of time. This really made one's heart go cold. Pooh! Black blood scattered out from the monster's body, falling through the cracks in the great river of time. Then, it was quickly evaporated by the power of time, disappearing into the sky. This was the monster's blood. The pitch-black blood made countless people on Imperial Pass side tremble, as if they saw something extremely terrifying. This monster, what exactly is it? The people on Imperial Pass were inwardly shaken. They stared at that monster with stupefied expressions. This was a roughly humanoid monster. The lower half of a spider and scorpion merged. There was a strange, painful human face on its chest. Just by looking at the human face, everyone felt a chill run down their spines. Even Anlin and Shuchuo, these two undying kings, were like this. He sensed a type of unmatched aura from this monster's body, a type of aura that vaguely exceeded the king realm. On the other side, Wushang also revealed a hint of seriousness, inwardly shocked. A monster that exceeds the king realm? No, it can only be considered half a step, almost truly breaking through, similar to those old fellas from the first year of Immortal Ancient. However, this type of monster, who was it that injured him? Wushang was also a bit shaken inwardly. This was because he could clearly see that the monster's body was severely injured. It should have 3 heads, but now he could only see one. It was obvious that 2 of its heads had been destroyed. Also, there should be a pair of wings on its back, but it was obvious that it had been cut off. Finally, its 2 legs were not symmetrical, so they should have been broken. This monster should have been chased down by someone, moreover fleeing in panic, to the extent where it even fled into the great river of time. Wushang came to this final conclusion. However, Zhou Tong on the other side didn't think too much, immediately understanding. This monster, Emperor Light, Immortal King? Moreover, it was beaten here by my true body. He immediately sensed that his true body was quickly approaching this place, surging with killing intent. You won't be able to escape. Right at this time, an explosive shout sounded from the depths of the great river of time. One could only see a terrifying wave of blood energy cover the sun, moon, and stars, suppressing 10,000 Tao, making the entire world shine, resonating with it. Under everyone's shocked gazes, a dazzling sword light flew out. It was earth-shattering as it slashed towards the monster. The sword light soared into the sky. Everyone was stunned. The power of this sword light was definitely not below that of the nine-leaf swordgrass. It could be said to be unparalleled in the world. At the next moment, everyone understood that not only did such a monster appear in the river of time, but another even stronger living being had appeared. It was him who was chasing after this monster and had even chased it all the way to the river of time. Roar! The monster roared. After evading this streak of sword energy, it reached out a large claw that covered the sky, directly grabbing towards the figure that appeared from behind the long river of time. Boom! The last figure was glowing with dazzling light. In just an instant, his aura skyrocketed. Then, a resplendent fist blasted out with matchless divine might, invincible in the world. Boom! With a loud bang, the monster's arm was severely injured, and its entire body was sent flying backward. You've gone too far. The monster opened its mouth and roared. The distorted face on its chest bloomed with a terrifying light, and there was a faint sound of ghosts crying and gods howling. At the same time, the monster opened its mouth and spat out a black light that was like a pitch-black rotten river. It swept towards the opposite side. Along the way, whether it was the void or the time, everything decayed. This was an extremely terrifying great magic. Even Wu Shang felt a little scared because he was sure that such a magic could break through his magical immunity and severely injure him. However, in the face of such an attack, a scene that shocked Wu Shang even more appeared. In the long river of time, the figure that appeared later, whose entire body was covered by the power of time, was not afraid of the black light that could corrode the void and time at all. Whoosh! Accompanied by the fragments of time that soared into the sky, that person used an unparalleled great magic. His magical power was boundless, and rules and symbols filled the sky as soon as he attacked. There were even several things that were similar to divine sequence chains, but they were obviously different from ordinary divine sequence chains. Just looking at them made one feel like they were facing a different cultivation history. And all of this condensed on his arm, turning into a supreme fist mark that suddenly slammed forward. Boom! The black light collided with the fist mark. The power was unimaginable. The long river of time seemed to be about to be broken, as if it was about to change course again and lead to an unknown place. This battle shocked everyone in the two worlds. There were even immortal kings whose expressions changed, and they were worried. It was because the two of them were too strong. They attacked in the long river of time, and every move they made carried the unparalleled power of time. With a wave of their hands, they destroyed everything and cut off the void in time. There were even flowing lights surging as they fought fiercely. It's a little strange, but soon Wu Shang sensed that something was wrong. He looked at the figure in the long river of time, and then looked at the nine-leaf swordgrass, and his heart trembled. The powerhouse in the long river of time was filled with the power of time. Like the nine-leaf swordgrass, his appearance could not be seen clearly. However, what shocked him even more was that the two of them actually had some similarities. Looking carefully, Wu Shang found that they were exactly the same. At least, their figures, physiques, and even the length of their hands and feet were exactly the same. Not only are their figures the same, but even their fighting styles are very similar. No way. A thought that made Wu Shang feel fear faintly emerged in his heart. That was, could the nine-leaf sword grass be an incarnation of the person in the long river of time? At the thought of this, Wu Shang shuddered. However, at this moment, the battle in the long river of time was about to be decided. Boom! The person who brandished the great path and was shrouded in the fog of time took a step forward. His entire body seemed to have transcended time and space. Everything between heaven and earth was inverted. Then, he pointed out a sword finger and instantly pierced through everything. The remaining head of the monster was instantly pierced through by the sword light. The essence, chi, and spirit of the monster's entire body seemed to have been drained in an instant, and the originally mighty body was powerless. Then, the person quickly followed up and added another sword strike, completely cutting the monster apart. Even the primordial spirit that was pierced through was torn apart by the sword. Buzz! Finally, with a wave of his hand, he took out a jade cauldron and sealed the torn monster inside. Chapter 1150. The curtain fell on the great battle. That malevolent monster was killed here. However, everyone still couldn't calm down. Just who were the two fighting this great battle? What era did they belong to? Where did they come from? Why did they fight a great battle here? The scene before their eyes really was too shocking. Forget about the 9 heavens, 10 earths that already didn't have any immortal kings. Even in the other side, how many of them had seen a great battle of this level before? Anlin and Shichuo had never seen it before, to the extent where even Wu Shang was stupefied. That was a great battle that truly belonged to Emperor Radiant's immortal king. Even if it was an immortal king giant, before this type of Emperor Radiant's immortal king, being able to last 10 moves was already considered powerful. It was too shocking. In the sky, there were still drops of black blood that drifted down, absolutely horrifying. Every single drop of black blood seemed to be able to dye the heavens black, terrifying to the extreme. Of course, this type of black blood only drifted down from the great river of time, unable to fall into this era. This also made everyone in Imperial Pass relax a bit, because any single drop of blood was enough to massacre all of Imperial Pass. However, in the great river of time, that victor's entire body released radiance, continuing to activate the jade cauldron that sealed the monster before, collecting all of the scattered black blood. In the end, all of the irregular scenes scattered like smoke into thin air, the black blood scattering. Only the surging great river of time and that exceptional expert whose entire body was surrounded by the power of time, his appearance indistinct remained. That person calmly stood on the great river of time, overlooking the world, exceptional and unmatched. His figure was tall and sturdy. Just by standing there was already a type of heaven-suppressing, world-dominating, terrifying aura. There was blood on his body as well, both the enemy's and his own. Such a powerful person was injured. One could see just how terrifying of a battle he experienced. Of course, judging from his injuries weren't caused by a single person, but rather a series of fierce battles. Moreover, there was a high chance that his opponents were all those monsters from before. They saw all types of different injuries on his body, some caused by different weapons, some caused by different types of attacks. Moreover, the time wasn't that long ago. It was because the injuries on his body were recovering, healing bit by bit. The blood that flowed out from his wounds returned to his body, his cracked body also recovering. However, even if it was a fierce battle, how did he chase after the enemy from the great river of time? Therefore, there was only one reason left, and that was that he had won. He had won by fighting one against many, and he was even chasing after his enemies. The expert from the time river slowly descended from the sky. His entire body emitted an incomparably intimidating aura. Every action of his had an indescribable, domineering aura, forcing everyone to be silent. On the other side, countless great armies looked like they were facing a great enemy. Even Wushang, Anlin, and Shichuo were a little nervous. To them, this living being was truly a huge variable. It had come from nowhere, and its battle prowess was monstrous. In particular, Wushang speculated that the person in front of him was the true body of the nine-leaf sword grass, which made him even more apprehensive. He had expended so much energy, but in the end, he was still suppressed by nine-leaf sword grass. However, such a powerful expert was actually just a clone? Was there anything more terrifying than this? On Imperial Pass, there were many people who trembled inwardly. They were hoping that this mysterious expert could take action. It's a bit strange this person and nine-leaf sword grass are too similar. There were many supreme beings who sensed that something wasn't quite right. Even though, because of the power of time, they couldn't see the two's appearances clearly, judging from the current situation, their figures were almost exactly the same, to the extent where even the habits they inadvertently revealed were exactly the same. Previously, because the great battle speed was too fast, their strength lacking, unable to see clearly. However, now that things calmed down, many people immediately sensed a few strange things. Could it be that the two of them are the same person? There were some supreme beings who suddenly recalled some strange secret methods they had previously seen in ancient texts, for example, splitting oneself into two people and things like that. This was especially the case for Yu Chan and Qing Yi, who were in the crowd. They were even more shocked. Could it be that this was the secret method they grasped? You should leave. Finally, Wu Shang spoke up. The reason he spoke up this time was also to probe, to see if this person was the same person as nine-leaf swordgrass. When he heard Wu Shang's words, Zhou Tong in the great river of time suddenly turned around, looking towards him. His eyes flickered, as if piercing through the mist of time on his face. Wu Shang's mind was greatly shaken. This pair of eyes were deep and terrifying, like divine swords that pierced through the void, peering into the mysteries of heaven. The most important thing was that this gaze was exactly the same as nine-leaf swordgrass. Wu Shang immediately understood that they really were the same person. However, Zhou Tong also only gave Wu Shang a look. Then his eyes swept around, looking at Amlin Shichuo, who wasn't far away, and then at the foreign army and the people on Imperial Pass. In the end, his eyes landed on his nine-leaf sword grass true fate. Zhou Tong and nine-leaf sword grass true fate. The instant their eyes met, the two of them spoke at the same time, so that's how it is. Then, nine-leaf sword grass true fate walked towards its main body step by step. In the end, the instant the two of them touched, nine-leaf sword grass true fate suddenly disappeared. And right at this moment, Zhou Tong suddenly looked towards Wu Shang, who was at the side. "Time to leave?" "Correct. I indeed don't have time, but before I leave, there's still one last thing I can do." "Not good." Wu Shang vaguely had a bad feeling in his heart. When nine-leaf sword grass entered this person's body, it indeed confirmed his guess that this person was nine-leaf sword grass. And when he said one last thing, Wu Shang couldn't help but feel a sense of fatal danger. In the next instant, Zhou Tong moved. His entire body flowed with immortal light, illuminating eternally, tearing through eternity. There was a type of unrivaled spirit, as if he was the only sovereign. Zone. At the same time, a resounding sword cry sounded, only to see an unimaginably resplendent sword radiance suddenly fly out from the long river of time. This sword's ferocious power tore through the endless void, cutting through eternity, severing time. It also carried a type of terrifying killing intent that could destroy heaven and earth, cutting through all living things, destroying time. At this moment, a wave of power that vaguely surpassed the king realm erupted, vast and immeasurable. There is nothing that could describe the brilliance and divine might of this sword. The scene of heaven and earth splitting, the destruction of the universe lit up in everyone's hearts. It was too vast, too unrivaled. Such a grand sword radiance seemed to have transcended time, surpassing the years, and arrived at Wu Shang's side in an instant. Then, it suddenly shrank, turned into a ray of flowing light, and pierced between Wu Shang's eyebrows. The immunity to divine ability and magic power that made the kings extremely wary in front of this flowing light seemed to not exist at all, just like that. Chapter 11:51. At the center of the two-realm battlefield, heaven abyss surged. Terrifying divine light poured down like a divine waterfall. Time surged, the great river of time surging with great waves. Zhou Tong calmly stood on the great river alone, his entire body surrounded by the power of time. His sword finger pointed out, a streak of sword energy light piercing through the space between Wu Shang's brows, piercing through his head and primordial spirit at the same time. A strand of blood flowed out from between his brows, the scene horrifying. This was a shocking scene. Regardless of whether it was the other side or the 9 heavens 10 earth side, everyone was like clay sculptures as they stared at this scene in a stupefied manner. No matter how many years passed, today's scene would always be engraved deeply into their hearts, difficult to erase. Zhou Tong stood alone on the great river of time, his entire body surrounded by time like a demonic god. A sword pierced through the space between Wu Shang's brows, just too shocking. Everyone was petrified. Time seemed to have frozen at this moment. Everyone stared at this scene with stupefied expressions, the horror inside becoming more and more indescribable. That was Wu Shang. Wu Shang, who was known to be unmatched under the sky, unmatched in this world, actually had his head and primordial spirit pierced through by a sword just like that, as if a sword was nailed into the void. Is this real? Wu Shang, who is immune to divine abilities, was actually pierced through by this streak of sword energy. Wu Shang, did he die? Was he killed by him? Just what kind of divine ability is this sword? Actually ineffective even with Wu Shang's magical force immunity. If there was this type of divine ability back then, without end, 6 Tao, reincarnations great ones, how could they have been defeated? After who knew how much time had passed, only then did cries of alarm sound from the 9 heavens 10 earth side. Everyone looked towards Zhou Tong on the great river of time, their eyes revealing excited and fanatical expressions. Wu Shang, this name, for the 9 heavens 10 earth side, was too terrifying and heavy. Being able to see him suffer disaster was something everyone looked forward to. Sure, Hao, Meng Tianzheng, and a few old supreme beings were all a bit excited, to the extent where even Jin Taijun and Immortal Wang revealed looks of joy. No, great ancestor Wu Shang. It's fake, definitely fake. My side's great ancestor is unmatched under the sky. There is no way he would be defeated by someone of unknown origins. How is this possible? My world's most powerful ancient ancestor was actually defeated. Impossible, this can't be real. Compared to the 9 heavens 10 earths side's excitement and fervor, the other side looked as if they lost their parents, as if all of their faith had collapsed. In the previous battle against Zhou Tong's 9-leaf sword grass, although Wu Shang was injured for the first time, the other side still believed that Wu Shang was invincible. However, at this moment, their faith had crumbled. The scene before them did not allow them to refute. Wu Shang had indeed been defeated, and he had suffered a crushing defeat in one move. Even Anlin and Shichuo didn't dare to boast anymore. This unknown existence was actually able to attack through time and space. Moreover, he didn't seem to be affected at all. All of this was beyond their imagination. Is it the Emperor? Will someone really break through the king's domain in the future? And from the looks of it, you seem to have a grudge with my world? And Lan and Shichuo were incomparably shocked. His clone was able to gain the upper hand in the battle against Wu Shang, and his original body was able to penetrate Wu Shang's head with a single strike. All of this was beyond their understanding. This was especially the case when the other party could actually attack from a different space-time. This kind of ability was just too terrifying. And Lan and Shichuo both felt their hearts become heavy. If the other party really wasn't restricted by time and karma, directly pursuing them to the past, finding them when they were weak, and directly erasing them, then wouldn't they be finished? Forget about ordinary people. Even if it was a truly unmatched expert, their entire bodies would tremble. It was because they also had times when they were weak. If not for breaking through the king's domain's emperor, they wouldn't be able to imagine all of this at all. Within the long river of time, Zhou Tong slowly retracted his palm. Meanwhile, at this time, that streak of flowing light between Wu Shang's brows also slowly dissipated. Then, with a pu sound, countless streaks of blood light and soul light rushed out from between Wu Shang's brows. This sword didn't kill him, but rather seriously injured him. If Wu Shang didn't return and continue to stay here, Heaven Abyss only needed to suppress him a bit to kill him. Wu Shang, Anlin, and Shichuo both immediately took action, stabilizing Wu Shang. And after a closer inspection, the two of them breathed a sigh of relief. Wu Shang was still alive. As expected of Wu Shang. If it were me, I would have already died from this attack. And Lan and Shichuo both admired Wu Shang's defensive power in their hearts. He didn't die after taking such a sword attack. After slowing down a little, Lan immediately looked at Zhou Tong on the long river of time. That was your last attack. You can't attack anymore. After all, the long river of time isn't something you can casually overturn. It's not too late to retreat now. Even a fool could see that Wu Shang had already suffered such a serious injury, but the other party didn't chase after him. It was obvious that there was some kind of restriction on the other party's body, and he couldn't attack continuously. Just like when 9-leaf sword grass attacked Lan and Shichuo before, he only had the power to attack once. Although Lan and Shichuo didn't understand why 9-leaf sword grass could fight with Wu Shang for so long, it only attacked the two of them once. But without a doubt, it was impossible for the other party to attack now. Zhou Tong stared at Lan, somewhat speechless. This guy's strength wasn't much, but in terms of posturing, it could be said that Unlan's life is not inferior to anyone. Unlan's body shrank slightly when Zhou Tong glanced at him like this. Afraid that Zhou Tong would attack, Unlan almost couldn't help but run away. Seeing Unlan's terrified look, Zhou Tong almost laughed out loud. I don't have much time left. In the end, I can only help you get rid of Wu Shang. In the end, it's up to you. After all, I'm not a person of your space-time. Zhou Tong transmitted his voice to the only remaining king in the original imperial city. It's enough. To be able to injure Wu Shang so badly, it's enough. The king in the original imperial city also transmitted his voice to express his gratitude. The laws in Heaven Abyss were indeed very strong, but the king in the original imperial city also knew that this kind of law absolutely couldn't stop Wu Shang, who was immune to magical powers. Previously, he was also scared that Wu Shang would take action, but now, Wu Shang already couldn't take action. This era, Zhou Tong gave Imperial Pass Direction one last look, and then his body directly rushed towards Unlan's side, killing intent rushing into the heavens. Unlan, Shuchuo, oh. In that instant, Unlan and Shuchuo's fine hairs stood on end, immediately bringing the seriously injured Wu Shang 1,000 li away. Ha ha ha! Zhou Tong couldn't help but laugh loudly, all of his killing intent also vanishing like smoke into thin air. That was already the final attack. He was just scaring Unlan and the others. Then, he directly rose into the air, flying into the heavens, quickly disappearing from the eyes of everyone in the two realms through the crack in the Great River of Time. Then the crack disappeared, the Great River of Time disappearing. Chapter 1152. In the Long River of Time, Zhou Tong exhaled and recalled the scene from before. He felt a little helpless. That sword strike, he was really aiming to finish off Wu Shang. However, after the sword chi rushed out, a part of its power was wiped out by the power of time around him. Therefore, the sword only seriously injured Wu Shang, but couldn't kill him. Actually, this ending was also predictable. Zhou Tong silently said in his heart. After all, under normal circumstances, Wu Shang didn't really show up. He just slashed out a blow from a distance of hundreds of millions of miles in the void on the foreign side. But now, because of the appearance of Zhou Tong's nine-leaf sword grasp true fate, Wu Shang's true body appeared and personally came to the battlefield. It was also because of this that Zhou Tong could still attack Wu Shang after taking back the nine-leaf sword grasp true fate and almost kill him. Time is impermanent. If I stand in the time dimension that the corpse immortal emperor pushed and look down on the past, everything I do is actually meaningless, Zhou Tong said secretly. The reason why the immortal kings came at this time was because the future corpse immortal emperor wanted to destroy heavenly emperor Huang's past. The appearance of Zhou Tong and his nine-leaf sword grasp true fate was only to ensure that heavenly emperor Huang didn't die. Of course, it was also because of Zhou Tong's existence that Wu Shang came. On this basis, he basically couldn't do anything. Time, this thing of time, is too mysterious. Zhou Tong shook his head and then sat down in the long river of time. He needed a period of time to properly organize the gains of the nine-leaf sword grasp true fate. He quickly connected with the nine-leaf sword grasp true fate and connected their memories. He immediately understood everything about this true fate. Really, it took root in one place for tens of millions of years. After carefully studying it, Zhou Tong was a little speechless. This true fate was really a homebody. However, his cultivation system is the primordial chaos law. This is not bad. Among my 10 true fate, I do need a true fate to walk this path, Zhou Tong said in his mind. The nine-leaf sword grasp true fate was the first true fate that Zhou Tong released. At that time, he only knew 3 cultivation systems: Immortal Ancient Method, Chaotic Ancient Method, and Heaven Shrouded Method. Back then, it was impossible to cultivate the Heaven Shrouding technique because it was a technique of the future. There was karma between heaven and earth, so it was naturally impossible to cultivate such a system. As for immortal ancient methods, those required Tao-harmonizing immortal seeds. The nine-leaf sword grass, true fate, couldn't be moved at all, so it naturally couldn't find Tao-harmonizing immortal seeds, nor could it take this path. Thus, the only choice left was the chaotic antiquity technique. Sure enough, they are of the same origin. The nine-leaf sword grass also cultivated out an inner world, while the chaotic antiquity art cultivated out a single grotto heaven. In the end, this grotto heaven evolved into an inner world. Zhou Tong immediately allowed the sword grass, true fate, to integrate its inner world into his 10 heavenly rings. Immediately, Wang Long, the 10 heavenly rings shone faintly. Immediately afterwards, most of the cracks on the 10 heavenly rings recovered, returning to the situation before he brought Yi Fan and the others to the foreign realm. During the great battle with the foreign realm, because he used the heavenly horned ant's true fate's power, the 10 heavenly rings were damaged. However, now it recovered, and it was even stronger. Regardless of whether it was the speed of digesting the 3 layers of the universe or the stability of space, they were all far greater than before. Since the 9-leaf sword grass, true fate, never moved, then I can only connect with the great Tao traces on its body. Zhou Tong straightened his mind, starting to accept the 9-leaf sword grass, true fate's great Tao comprehension. The 9-leaf sword grass, true fate, had always been rooted at the border between the 2 worlds. From the moment it was born, it had always been comprehending the great Tao aura of the foreign realm and the 9 heavens, 10 earths. These 2 worlds were completely different from the heaven-shrouding era of the future. Comparing the Tao aura of these 2 worlds with that of the future, the 9-leaf sword grass, true fate, immediately made great progress. This was especially true in the fusion of the grass symbol sword art, chaos calming art, and immortal tribulation sword art. These 3 great sword arts. Zhou Tong himself had long been researching the fusion of these 3 great sword arts. However, he himself relied on the coiling dragon world's destruction, sword Tao, as the core, merging them bit by bit. Meanwhile, the 9-leaf sword grass, true fate, was purely a fusion of the Tao and laws of this world. Regardless of whether it was Zhou Tong or the 9-leaf sword grass, true fate, in reality, they had already formed an embryonic form, but it wasn't perfect yet. However, at this moment, as the 2 different types of comprehension merged and came into contact, the set of sword arts in Zhou Tong's mind also began to take perfect form. Clang! In this instant, streak after streak of sword energy appeared around Zhou Tong's body, cutting through the heaven and earth, breaking the Tao. Everything between heaven and earth seemed like it was going to be cut apart by this sword. Sword cries continuously sounded around him, as if this long river of time was going to be cut apart. Time passed by bit by bit. In the long river of time, time was the most worthless thing. It was rare for him to come to the long river of time again. Naturally, Zhou Tong wouldn't let go of such a good cultivation environment. His own sword Tao realm also became stronger and stronger in the process of constantly communicating with the 9-leaf sword grass. And in the process of communicating and comprehending, the immortal light in his body naturally spread out and finally extended to the 9-leaf sword grass inside the 10 heavenly passages divine ring. Boom! The 9-leaf sword grass suddenly burst into flames, illuminating eternally and immortality. At the same time, a terrifying sword energy instantly merged with Zhou Tong's body from the 10 heavenly passages divine ring. The sword energy continued to spread and spread to every door in his body. Dazzling great Tao runes enveloped Zhou Tong's body from head to toe. The light that belonged to a quasi-immortal emperor grew stronger and stronger. Now, the quasi-immortal emperor light in his body had already occupied about 30% of the immortal light in his body. At the same time, his body gradually contained a terrifying murderous intent and sharpness. That was the sharpness that belonged to the 9-leaf sword grass. Every time one of the 10 beasts' true fate merged, it would transform Zhou Tong's body once. And with the 9-leaf sword grass merging with him, Zhou Tong felt that the biggest change in his body was the 4 extreme secret realms. Most of the sharpness of the 9-leaf sword grass had merged with his 4 extreme secret realms, making it extremely powerful and possessing an invincible sharpness. That's right, the 9-leaf sword grass has the strongest attack among the 10 beasts. When its power merged with the body, it naturally focused on the 4 extreme secret realms. Zhou Tong understood in his heart. Among the 10 beasts, there were always a few that were more special. After merging with the body, the power would mainly be used on a single secret realm, while the other secret realms would receive less benefits. The true dragon had great benefits for the dragon transformation secret realm, and now the existence of the 9-leaf sword grass strengthened his 4 extreme secret realms. Whether it's the dragon transformation secret realm or the 4 extreme secret realms, they're all related to attack and battle. Now, my attack power has far surpassed my physical defense, Zhou Tong said softly. Chapter 1153. At the same time, on the battlefield between the other world and the 9 heavens 10 earths, Heaven Abyss displayed its might, suppressing everything. Everyone couldn't help but become absent-minded for a moment. Their memories of the 9-leaf sword grass completely faded, replaced by an unknown memory. Zhou Tong's figure completely replaced the 9-leaf sword grass. Their understanding of the cultivator who fought against Wushang for a long time completely changed from the previous 9-leaf sword grass to the incarnation of an unknown cultivator. Only the drop of emperor blood on Shuhao's body flickered with hazy radiance, producing a hazy 9-leaf sword grass void figure. However, this void figure was extremely dim, as if it was about to completely disappear. However, in the end, it still left behind an indistinct figure. Even though Zhou Tong's 6th secret realm was profound, it still couldn't hide from this drop of immortal emperor blood in the end. The 9-leaf sword grass true fate has completely returned. From the very beginning, it was the Mantis Clam, then the Lightning Emperor, True Dragon, 9 Netherworlds AO, and finally the current 9-leaf sword grass. Half of the vicious 10 true fates have already merged into my 6th secret realm. Zhou Tong examined himself. The half-immortal emperor radiance around his body became more and more rich. If he was willing, he could completely suppress his king-level radiance, only revealing his half-immortal emperor radiance. At that time, he could directly pretend to be a half-immortal emperor to scare others. Of course, this was only scaring king level existences. If he really encountered a true half-immortal emperor, then it was better to run as far as possible. I'm still missing the divine striking stone, heavenly horned ant, immortal phoenix, Qilin, Kuan Peng, these 5. The divine striking stone and heavenly horned ant have already returned to the 10 heavenly passage divine ring. The Kuan Peng true fate hasn't returned yet. As for the immortal phoenix and Qilin, these are the true fates that haven't been sent out yet. Zhou Tong examined the 10 heavenly passage divine ring, his eyes sweeping over all of the true fates. The main problem to overcome now is the return of the divine striking stone's true fate. Zhou Tong placed his attention on the divine striking stone's true fate. This true fate was now only half a step away from the true immortal king level. In less than 10,000 years, the divine striking stone's true fate would be able to directly cross the immortal king level tribulation. It's about time. It's time to return. Zhou Tong got up and went down the river of time. Then, he broke out of the river at the node where he had entered the river. As soon as he came out, he directly arrived at the other side, arriving at the place where he entered the great river of time. Moreover, only an instant had passed. The foreign realm has been destroyed. Zhou Tong looked at the devastated foreign realm, inwardly sighing. Perhaps this was the cycle of karma. In a mortal ancients' battle, they fought until the 9 heavens 10 earths collapsed, the entire world becoming fractured forming the 9 heavens, 10 earths type of situation. Even the natural laws of heaven and earth collapsed, leading to the chaotic ancient era's natural laws being restored. Even more so, causing the cultivators there to have flaws in their innate foundations. But now, this realm also suffered the retribution it deserved and also collapsed into a dozen pieces. However, although the Tree of World was damaged, it was not destroyed. If they're given time, this realm can still be restored. Zhou Tong swept his gaze and looked in the direction of the Tree of World. That was a giant tree, even more massive and sturdy than the world tree in heaven shrouding world's cosmos. It was because this tree had already towered here for who knew how many great eras, the entire foreign realm well maintained. However, right now, this tree was a bit miserable. It was unknown just how many of those branches that were even thicker than stars were broken. A large half of the roots were also cut off, the entire tree giving off a half-dead feeling. This realm should just end like this. At the very least, the immortal kings have been completely wiped out. Even though a few true immortals escaped, they already can't stir up any waves. Zhou Tong's powerful divine will instantly swept through the entire world. This was the first time he viewed the entire foreign realm's scenery with this kind of attitude. Even though this realm was seriously damaged, there were still many creatures, especially quite a few true immortal level creatures. There were many types of creatures that Zhou Tong felt a familiar feeling. For example, the Blood Phoenix, Divine Mantis, Time Beast, Void Beast. These races had either existed since the immortal ancient era, such as the Time Beast and Void Beast, or they had defected from the 9 heavens 10 earths during the immortal ancient war, such as the Blood Phoenix and Divine Mantis. Back then, Heavenly Emperor Huang only wiped out those assassins. He didn't completely wipe out the entire foreign realm. Even a portion of those assassins' descendants were left behind. Zhou Tong inwardly said, however, there's still a dark race in the end. It's very easy for them to fall into darkness again. Forget it. I don't have time to pay attention to these races. Shaking his head, Zhou Tong took a step forward, arriving at a fragment of the foreign realm. Even though it was a fragment, just the surface area of this fragment was enough to match the size of the current heaven-shrouding world's cosmos. After all, during the chaotic ancient era, more than half of the 9 heavens 10 earth source was taken away by the immortal domain. Most of the world was a dried-up world. Following Zhou Tong's appearance, Yi Fan, No Beginning, Vicious, Cyan Emperor, and Divine Emperor, who had already recovered from their injuries, all came up to welcome him, revealing a smile. Zhou Tong, have you dealt with those immortal kings? Yi Fan asked. Zhou Tong nodded, saying, done. There are no more immortal kings in this world. Also, those monsters have all been killed by me, but there's still a lot of information that needs to be searched one by one. The dark matter is indeed terrifying to the extreme. If I were to touch the dark matter on those immortal kings' bodies, I'm afraid even we would fall into darkness. Heavenly Emperor No Beginning sighed. However, after this battle, you all can be considered to have gained a new understanding of darkness. Even if you encounter something similar in the future, you will have the experience to deal with it. This battle can be considered a huge gain. Zhou Tong looked at No Beginning, Yi Fan, and Vicious and said. As he spoke, he looked at Cyan Emperor who was at the side. Without a doubt, he was the biggest winner in this battle. He only needed to send the corpses of the immortals he had killed into his inner world and use the power of the realm to decompose them. His strength would increase exponentially, and he might even be able to leap up and become an immortal king. The path of cultivation in the inner world, as long as the resources could keep up, was the fastest path of cultivation. Of course, this path was also the path that consumed the most resources. The key question is, where did this darkness come from? Heavenly Emperor Vicious looked at Zhou Tong. Do you know anything? For example, the source of the darkness. The source of the darkness, I do know some things. However, if I tell you now, it will only increase the pressure on you. There's no use in telling you now. Let's talk about it again after you have opened your own 6th secret realm. Zhou Tong shook his head, not saying much. The source of the darkness was not something they could touch for the time being. They were too weak, and it involved the Soul River, the Celestial Emperor's burial pit, and other things. If they accidentally touched something and attracted the attention of the Soul River, it would be troublesome. Zhou Tong had touched it the last time. He had to rely on the reincarnation mirror to cut off the Soul River's investigation. Chapter 1154. Seeing that Zhou Tong wasn't willing to talk about the Soul River, Yi Fan and the others couldn't do anything about it. However, they were more eager to improve their strength and create their own sixth mystic realm. But soon, Yi Fan's mind became active. Zhou Tong, what do you think will happen if we integrate this fragment into our world? Instantly, the Lotus, the Arch, and the Divine Emperor reacted with a hint of surprise on their faces. Yi Fan continued, according to our plan, if we want to improve the entire universe to a level comparable to the immortal realm, then we must integrate a part of the other worlds. We don't dare to think about the immortal realm for now, but this broken alien realm might be able to be integrated into it to test the waters. Firstly, there are no true immortals in this fragment of the world. Secondly, this place is big enough to integrate into our world. It will become a continent. Yi Fan became more and more excited as he spoke. He had seen Zhou Tong's divine realm before. That area had been completely transformed into a continent, so he naturally saw the superiority of a continent. Therefore, when he saw this continent, Yi Fan thought that this place could perfectly become the foundation of the heavenly court. Indeed, after pondering for a while, Zhou Tong nodded. However, he quickly said, but this fragment of the world is too big, and there's a lot of dark matter on it. I'm afraid it will take a lot of time to completely purify it. No worries, we can purify it slowly. The Divine Emperor was the first to speak. But first, I need a continent for my celestial silkworm race to live in. No matter how many places I purify, this place will belong to me. The Divine Emperor decided to divide the spoils as soon as he spoke. Yi Fan was stunned, and he had a bad feeling. The Divine Emperor and Zhou Tong, the two immortal kings, wouldn't want to divide this continent first, right? As if he sensed Yi Fan's worry, Zhou Tong smiled and said, Yi Fan, don't worry too much. I only need a very small piece of land to reinforce the divine dominion and the world tree. It's only about 1/10 of the land. Feel free to divide the rest among yourselves. Of course, before that, there is still a problem that needs to be solved, Zhou Tong said seriously. What's the problem? Everyone looked at Zhou Tong. Zhou Tong, do you still remember the system erosion problem I told you about? Everyone nodded. No Beginning was the first to ask. You said you're worried that after this continent merges into our universe, the dark matter will invade us as well. But didn't you say that the dark matter has to be purified before it can be integrated? It's not about the dark matter. You could give it a try. What's the difference between what the people in this place cultivate and what we cultivate? Zhou Tong asked. Everyone frowned. However, Ruthless was extremely fast. She directly stretched out a hand toward a cave not far away. His jade-like palm blotted out the sky, and there were even faint images of the sun, moon, and stars revolving around his palm. Senior, please spare me. An earth-shattering cry rang out from within the cave. It was a Boundary Emperor and a Ninth Heaven Boundary Emperor at that. He could be considered a powerful being in this realm, but in the face of Ruthless, he could only open his mouth and beg for mercy. However, it was all useless. Ruthless closed her hand, and the Boundary Emperor was like a small insect. He was pinched in Ruthless' palm and sealed away. Ruthless withdrew her hand and waved a hand. The Boundary Emperor immediately rolled several times on the ground like a rolling gourd before finally coming to a stop at the feet of Yi Fan and the others. No Beginning and Yi Fan exchanged a glance before immediately squatting down and placing their palms on the Boundary Emperor's body. Two beams of immortal light flew out from their palms and traveled along the Boundary Emperor's sea of reincarnation. Tao Palace for extremities and dragon transformation before finally arriving at the immortal foundation mystic realm. This is... Yi Fan and No Beginning looked at each other and saw a trace of surprise in each other's eyes. When they first checked the Boundary Emperor's Sea of Reincarnation, Tao Palace for extremities and dragon transformation, Yi Fan and No Beginning didn't notice anything strange. However, when they began to check the Boundary Emperor's Immortal Foundation, they were instantly shocked. What Boundary Emperor's Immortal Foundation? It was more like a pitch-black fog. His Immortal Foundation was completely pitch-black. Even his primordial spirit was dyed black. He's been corroded by the darkness. Yi Fan looked at Zhou Tong. Zhou Tong. Try purifying the darkness in his body. See if there are any changes. Yi Fan frowned. Immortal light erupted from his palm and purified the darkness in the Boundary Emperor's body. Chi. Wisps of pitch-black fog emerged from the Boundary Emperor's body. However, no matter how Yi Fan purified it, he couldn't get rid of it. Even if he completely got rid of it, pitch-black darkness would quickly emerge from the Boundary Emperor's body again. Seeing this, Yi Fan stopped. Heavenly Dharch No Beginning, Heavenly Dharch Ruthless, Heavenly Dharch Qing, and the Divine Emperor also tried to purify it. However, just like Yi Fan, the darkness continued to emerge from the Boundary Emperor's body. The source of darkness. Heavenly Dharch Qing exclaimed. Zhou Tong shook his head and destroyed the Boundary Emperor's primordial spirit with a finger. At the same time, he cut off the Boundary Emperor's vitality and said, "You guys try again." It was still Yi Fan who did it. However, everyone could clearly see that after Yi Fan's immortal light entered the Boundary Emperor's body, all the darkness was purified and no longer emerged. Only death can cleanse it completely. No Beginning understood. Actually, the problem lies in the scriptures these people cultivate. Someone tampered with them, which is why this happened. The Boundary Emperor's darkness faction is not only polluting the heavens and corroding the realms, they are also tampering with our orthodoxy. In the future, anyone who cultivates our system will fall into darkness, Zhou Tong said. Therefore, it's obvious that we have to kill all the cultivators in this realm and completely destroy all the scriptures in this realm. We have to completely sever the Boundary Emperor's darkness faction. Heavenly Dharch Ruthless said with a murderous aura. That's right. Only by completely wiping away all traces of darkness can we preserve our orthodoxy. This realm cannot be casually integrated into our universe. Otherwise, once the Boundary Emperor's darkness faction infiltrates our orthodox cultivation system, it will cause endless trouble in the future. Zhou Tong continued. If that's the case, then there's only one path left in the future, and that is to completely change the cultivation system. We have to sever the Boundary Emperor's darkness faction's cultivation system and switch to other cultivation systems. Other cultivation systems. Everyone fell silent. At this stage, they did have a choice, and that was the many cultivation systems that Zhou Tong had brought over. As long as these cultivation systems were promoted, they could perfectly replace the current cultivation system. However, at the same time, they were a little hesitant and unwilling. At this stage, it's still not time to completely change the cultivation system. Let's completely cleanse this realm. Heavenly Dharch Ruthless waved his hand, and a dazzling immortal light swept across the entire fragment of the realm. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.